Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. This is a 20-part video series showing you how to create PJ house. Let's get started. So to start, let's open a new architecture template. So let's go here and click on new. Let's go to architecture template and then press OK. So we start off at level 1. We're going to add grid lines first. So under architecture, we have grid lines right here, all the way to the right side top portion. So now, from your keyboard, you can type in GR, or you could just click on this icon. So GR, let's add in the grid line in between or in the center of all of this elevation tags. So here I'm going to create a vertical grid line. We could start at below going up because the grid bubble is at the top portion. We can always check the bottom so that we could have the grid bubble as well. But right now I just want to start off with this. So click below and then click above like so. So once we click that, we want to make sure that this is at 90 degrees. So we're going to fix this, and we could just fix it by typing it 90 degrees right there. So now I'm sure that this is 90 degrees. What we could do afterwards is click on copy. So under modify, once you click this, you will have modify right here on the end of this ribbon, and then you'll be able to click on copy or type in CO. So once you have the CO, so that's copy command, make sure you have multiple check so that we could just type in our dimensions and we'll be able to create all the vertical grid lines. So here I'm gonna select this grid line and then I'm gonna put it all the way to the right. So by doing this, I'll be able to just type in my numbers and press enter, and then I could just keep on doing that. So here I'm gonna type in 3728.77, or we could just put it at 29. So I'm gonna round this off. And then after that, 1572, and then 1396, and then 2170. So we have our vertical grid lines. We have 1 to 5. Press escape and then escape again. Now we're gonna create our horizontal grid line. So type in GR again, and then make sure to put it in the middle. But right here, what we could do is move this later on in the middle, so we could just estimate it around here. So once we have that, what we could do is we could create it first. So here's the horizontal, press escape and then escape again. If you notice, it creates number 6 because Revit recognizes the sequence that you're trying to do. So in order for us to change this to a letter, you will need to click on the grid bubble right here, double click on that, and then just type in A, capital A. And then now what we could do is we could just actually select everything and then just move it right in the middle position so that everything is located properly. You can also use your arrow key in your keyboard once you select them all. And then after that, press escape and then escape again. Select grid line A, CO. Multiple is already checked, so once you do it once, it will register, and then it will recognize what you did, and then it will just maintain that multiple checked. So now I'm gonna drag this below, and I'm gonna type in 1870. Next will be 3050. Next will be 1700, 3431. After that, we have 1336, and then we have 2899, and then 5630. So we have all of that ready and added. You can now press escape and then escape multiple times. I'm going to add dimension so that you guys can follow along. So here I'm gonna click on dimension right here. Most of the time it's above here, but I just put it around here so that it's visible. So now you can even type in DI, and then here I'm gonna click on all of this grid lines. So as you can see, we have here, and then we add an overall afterwards. We're gonna do it right here as well. That's why I gave some gap so that we could add in all the dimensions right here on this side only, and then after that an overall. So we have all these dimensions, and you can now press escape and then escape again. Now what you can see is we have some gaps here, and I don't want that too much gap. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna select one of the grid line, and as you can see, it create this temporary dimension that we have a dashed line right here. That indicates that once we move this one, it will move all. So I'm gonna do that on here as well. It will move, and I want to centralize everything. So I'm just gonna use my arrow key to just center everything. And also, I know that I'm gonna work on level 1. We're going to have a ground as well right here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click on all the grid lines right here and check the grid bubble, because we're gonna work on level 1 for sure most of the time. So we want everything to be checked so that once I say something, we don't need to check where the grid line is. So everything will be coordinated properly. So here I have my dimension and I have my grid lines and my grid bubbles all the way around. And then now we will go to our elevation in order for us to add our levels. So here I'm gonna go to our south elevation. You can choose any elevation, but I'll choose my south elevation. And then here, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put level 1, and then we could add. So level 1, I'm going to put it at around 400, because we will still have a ground. And then here I'm gonna put 3400, because I want just my level to be 3000. And then again, we could select here and then copy, and then we could add level 3. But here, as you can see, the issue with this is we have no level 3 on our floor plan. That's because um, there are multiple ways of doing or adding levels. So in this way, you create a copy, and from that copy, there's gonna be another step, which is you need to go to view, and then you need to go to plan views, and then click floor plan, and then you will see the level 3 right there. So you can press OK. So now it creates the level 3, and you will be able to see it in your project browser. And then we have, so I'm gonna undo this, and I'm gonna show you another way. So here you go to architecture, beside the grid lines we have level, so you can type in LL. Once you do that, you'll be able to add your level similar to this. And then the difference between that is this one, it creates the level instantly. And that's actually fast if you're creating a very small level model. But if you're doing multiple levels, I suggest you do the copy command. So it's going to be a lot faster. So now, once we have our levels, you want to make sure that you stretch this all the way up. Because if it's not up, what will happen is, if you go to your level 3, those grid lines won't appear. So now if we stretch it again, I'll be able to show you that those levels will appear, or those grid lines will appear. So now let's go back to the south elevation. So here I'm just gonna click on the south, and we're going to add ground level. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click on level again, and then here we're going to add the ground level and around 400. So now it's saying level 4. That's because of the sequence Revit recognize. So here what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna select this, and then I'm going to look for the elbow. So basically there's going to be this zigzag icon, very small sometimes, but once you click that, you'll be able to change and fix so that everything is not overlapping. And also here I'm going to change the name of this to ground. And then would you like to rename corresponding views? I'm gonna say yes, so that it will change here as well. And then here I want to make sure that everything is showing. We could fix this one right here like that, so that we'll be able to have everything once we have the elevation. Once we're doing the sheets, everything will be lined up and will fit onto the sheet. So here we could fix this as well. We could add in dimensions, but we already have dimensions right here under the level, but you can also add dimensions right here, and then an overall. So we fixed the south elevation, but we need to fix all of the elevation. So now let's go to each and every elevation, and we want to pull it up properly. Here it's good enough, but this one needs fixing. So I'm gonna push this one right here, and then I'm going to grab this and pull it down so that it's not overlapping with that information. Let's go to north elevation, and the same thing goes. We need to find the elbow and add that, and then we could pull this one down. And let's not forget the dimensions, so that when we're doing the sheet, everything is already included. We don't need to do anything else. So it's very fast to add dimension, as you can see, and then you just need to keep on clicking. And then next will be the west elevation, and looks like everything here is good except for this one. We need to pull this one to the right side so that we have enough space, and here we could just fix this a little bit more. Add the elbow right here, and then pull this one down and to the left, and then let's add the dimension like the others, and then here an overall. You can also add dimensions into the grid lines right here, so it's up to you if you want to add those grid lines. And as you can see, you just need to click on clicking and it will snap onto those. And then here we could just extend it a little bit more, and you could grab this to pull it down and fix your dimensions. Let's go back to level 1, and we want to make sure to add elbows to those ones that you think that will overlap. For example, the E and F looks like from far away it's overlapping, so you can add elbow as well and fix it like so. And then right here as well, fix it, and it will look nice. And then the last thing we're gonna do before we finish the video is to save this. So here I just have the save command. You can control S, and then after that go to the location that you want to save this. I'm gonna name it as MJ House, and then before you click save, what you need to do is click on option, and then in this option it provides you a maximum backup. So the default is 20. If you're medium intermediate, you can put it as 5, and if you're expert, you can put it as 1. So I advise around 5 to 10, just in case that you need to go back to a safe portion and if there's an error occur. So might as well just put it in 5 and then press OK. And then once you do, you just need to save it right here. And then to check the units that we're going to use here, you could type in UN, and then here, this is the project parameters that we have. We're using millimeters because this is a metric template. And then if you want to use imperial, you will need to select a architecture template that is imperial. So using a project template, a proper project template is a must. So you want to make sure you use the proper template on those. So I'm gonna click on OK. And thank you for watching, and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In this video, we're gonna continue working on part 2 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to set up our project. We added the grid lines and levels and even the dimensions and the setting of our save Revit file. So now we're going to continue working on this. What I'm going to start off is by adding wall. So we're in level 1. I'm going to click on architecture, and then from there I'm going to click on wall. And then here we have basic generic wall 200 millimeters. In newer Revit, we don't have this generic model anymore. So you can choose whatever you want right here, and you could just clean it up. So I'm going to show you how to clean it up. So I'm going to choose, for example, exterior. And what you have to do is click on edit type. And then here we could duplicate this. So here I'm going to put this one. I'm going to name it as all caps exterior wall number 1. And then press OK. And then after that, click on edit. And then here we have our exterior side, and then we have our interior side. The core boundary, structure, and core boundaries, those are the stuff that you cannot delete. So here you'll be able to delete the finish. So here we could just click on delete, and then once we're here at core boundaries, it will be grayed out. Here we're gonna delete this one as well, and then we're just gonna leave it like this. And then for our thickness, I'm going to go with 150. And then with our material, let's add it as gypsum wallboard or anything that is white. So here I'm gonna select gypsum wallboard and then press OK, and then OK. I like to start my project with white materials first. I think it's easier to see, and then I'll be able to set up all the materials in Twinmotion, and sometimes I set it up here as well so that we could differentiate everything. So here I'm gonna press OK, and what you want to see is that your base constraint is level 1 because we're in level 1, and then your top constraint should be on level 2. And if you notice, it's unconnected, and then its unconnected height is 8,000. We could change that. You can change it here, or you can change it right here under properties. So here I'm just going to put it at level 2, and then once I change that and apply here, it will change right here as well. And it's already telling me that wall is center line, and then the chain is checked. So we're ready to add our basic wall exterior. And then here we're gonna start off by going to G1, and then we're going to G2, and then going up to F2, and then F3, going down again to, let's zoom in here, going down here to G, grid line, but we're just going to go all the way to G again. So right here, so this is G3, and then after that all the way to G5. I'm going to show the dimension grid line, and then let's go all the way to C5, going across here up to G3, and then going down again right here, going across the D grid line. So here I'm going to set up how far it will go. I'm just going to put it at 4,000. So from C3, type in going down to 4,000. And then going across this grid number 2, and then going up to D2, and then we need to go across again to D1, and then going down to G1. So this is our model. This is how it looks like. Obviously, there's more to add. So we're going to create the boundary walls all across here. So press escape and then escape again. Let's click on wall again. We have exterior wall number 1. Let's edit this one and then duplicate. This will be exterior wall number 2. We could add it as exterior wall number 2 and then edit, and then the thickness, let's leave it like that. But the boundary wall, I want it to have a different material. So I'm gonna put in maybe a concrete wall. I'm gonna add it there, going up, apply, okay, and then okay. And then after that, we could add it all throughout our building. So before I connect it to C, let's have it top offset to around negative 1,000, sorry. And then after that, I'm going to click it to C5, going to A5 to A1, and then going back to D1. Press escape, and then we're going to add it here as well. So from G1 going to H1, going across to H5, and going to G5. So basically we're just cleaning this up, closing it off. I want to see it into my 3D, so I'm gonna select 3D, and it will look like this. Another way of differentiating everything is whatever the material that we add here. So this material is concrete area tagged. We could split this off, and then we could add that one right here, so that once we're in the modeling stage, it will look different. And also I want to point out that we're going to basically put this one lower. Actually, we could put it right now. So I'm gonna select this. So everything is selected. So as you can see, everything will be selected. We could select all of this by using this one, window, and then instead of the base constraint, we want level 1, we want to put it to ground. So we're just extending this. And then for the interior wall, we could just set it up at level 1. So basically we're thinking ahead right now and then adding those kind of parameters right now. So now next thing we're gonna do is our interior wall. So create wall, and then here we could put exterior wall number 1, edit type, and then let's duplicate that because I want it to be based on exterior wall number 1, but I forgot to rename it. I want it to be interior wall 1. and then the same parameters, same materials, thickness, and those kind of stuff. So press OK and then OK again. What I'm gonna do is I'm going to add a wall. I want it to be level 1 to level 2, but without the offset. You want to make sure to clean that up. That's the parameter that we created for the border wall. So here I could just add my exterior wall or interior wall right here all the way there. I just want a separation because this will be our stairs, and then we're going to have basically a small powder room right here. So we could have this one around 2200, and then press escape, press enter. You basically want to select this one, and then you add the dimension right here, and it will move to that dimension. If you select this one, it will move below or going down. After that, what we could do is, so what my plan is that we will have kitchen will be right here, and then the dining, and then we have the living room slash family room right here. So now what we're gonna do is we could set up, or we could add our furnitures in order for us to visualize everything. So I'm gonna add in first the dining. So let's go to insert, load family, and then we have furnitures right here, and then we have tables, and then right here we have something that looks like this, table dining. Click on open, and then once you insert it, you can type in CM, and then you'll be able to place your family right there. But I want to increase the size, or I want to edit a family. So what you need to do is select this one. This one are all the preset or preloaded dimensions that they have. But what if you want to increase it more, or you want to edit it? So here you edit type. You need to duplicate. You put all the names. So I'm just gonna put dining table, and then we have things like right here. You have the height, length, and then width. For me, I want the width to be around 2000, and then the length, and then the width is around 1000. I'm gonna check it first, and if I'm happy with how it looks, I'll be able to just put it in place by using my arrow key, and then go back to edit type, and then let's see how it looks. The materials you'll be able to set as well. If you want to change the look, you could add different extrusion right here if you want to edit your family. So it's basically easy to edit families as long as you understand what to change and what not to do. So here for us, the only thing that I want to do is to change the dimensions. The materials, you can change it here as well. So now go back to insert, and then load family. We're gonna go and add our seating or seat. So let's use this one, share browser, click on open, and then type in CM, and let's add that one right here, Usually I add it on one side first, and then you use your space bar to change your orientation. So I'm gonna add it right there. And then once you do that, you select everything and then click on pick mirror axis. If you have something that you can select that is the midpoint, luckily we have it right here. If you don't, you can select it again, and then you could use the mirror draw axis and then look for the midpoint. So those are the things that the two ways of you can add those, or you can use the mirror. So here I'm just gonna move it right here because I want to add something like a storage right here. So a china cabinet or something like that. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to click on load family, and we have some storage right here, and I'm gonna choose one of this one. We have a dresser, and then we have some shelving. So I'm gonna represent a china cabinet with a shelving. So I'm gonna click OK, and then I'm going to type in CM and then space bar, and then we'll be able to add it right here. And of course we're going to increase it. So let's edit type again, and then here we could just duplicate and then add shelving. And then here what we could do is we could estimate the sizing right here that we're going to add. So height, let's leave it around 2500 because we have 3000. And then width, we could do around 2000, and then the depth 250, or make it 300. Yeah, 250 only. Click on OK, and then we have something that looks like this, and we could just move it around like that. Here I saw the credenza earlier. I want to add the credenza right here, so I'm gonna load family and then put in the credenza, click on open, CM, and add it right here. I want to align it at the back, so AL, align it all the way to the wall, and then here we could basically get the proper dimension right here, 1722. So I'm gonna select that, edit 1722. So but this is the original, so we shouldn't do that. We always need to duplicate. That's the proper way of doing it. One 722, I believe, and then we could align it right there, so that looks nicer. And then we will have the door right about right here. And then obviously this is not all walls. We will add windows right here all the way, so it will look really nice. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 3 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to start adding the furniture. Now we're gonna continue working on this. I want to add a door. So let's go to insert, load family again, And then let's go and look for the door. Here we'll be able to add in different kinds of door. I'm gonna go to residential and let's add this one for the main door. But as you can see, what we could do is a double door right here. I'm going to click open and I'm going to add the smallest that they have, and then 2000 is the height that I want. So 1500 is the width and then height is 2000. I'm gonna press OK, and then once I add it, you type in DR because under architecture, door is a system family. So here you type in DR and you'll be able to add the door. If you notice, it's too big for this one. So what I'm gonna do is, let me flip this going inside right here, but let's edit this type and then let's duplicate this. I'll probably want it to be around 1300 to give it more space, and then here the width 1300, and there you go. You added or you edited a family again, and then go back to insert, load family, and I want to add the one for interior. So we have different kinds right here. So interior doors, and I want it to look like this. So click on open. What I do here is I highlight everything. So I select one, go down, and then hold on shift, select the bottom, and then press OK. And then it's just saying that there's a lot of things that you want to load on under that family. You just want to say yes, I want to load them all. And then after that, DR, because it's a system family. And then here, this is the smallest that they have. What you need to do is go to the drop down and then select around 700, and then we're gonna maintain the 2000 millimeters height. So here I'm gonna add it right about here, and we're also going to add the toilet. So here, let's go to load family, go back here into the main, and then look for plumbing. Once you have that, go to architecture, fixtures, and then we have water closet, we have commercial, and then domestic. I'm just going to use the 2D. We don't need to show it as a 3D. So I'm just going to click open, CM on that, and then let's add it right about here. We have enough space, and then we need to have space for our sink right here. So let's load family, go back here. We have different kinds of sink. So I'm gonna choose the round vanity sink. And then press OK. And then CM on that. And let's add the basin right here. And what I'm gonna do is I'm going to change this to probably 650 by 2000. To make it a little bit small, and let's put it right there on that side, and we could just add right here. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click on annotate detailed line. We have our thin lines right here, and I'm just going to add a line to represent, I'm just going to add the line to represent the table right there. And then there you go. You can also, if you want, move this one right here, and you will have enough space to go by. And we could just even push this one right here so that it's not too much on that side. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add the curtain wall. I think it's easier for us to see where the windows will be added. So what I'm gonna do is go to architecture, click on wall, and then go to drop down. You want to select curtain wall, and here what we're gonna do is we're going to add curtain wall all around here, but we need to click on spacebar in order for us to go from the interior to from the exterior to the interior, because we want the glass to be on this side. After that, I'm going to add here as well. I want to make sure that it doesn't snap on there, so I can push this one back like so. I always wants to put caps for the support because it's not all the way windows. And then just similar to that, but here we could actually push it all the way onto this side. And then here as well, CS, push this all the way right here. And then here it snaps there, so we just need to pull it a little bit. And then actually on this side we could add in the folding to sliding door, or the sliding door itself, the folding or the sliding door. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to actually delete it there. We have a door family for that, so it's easier to just add. So I'm just gonna add it later on. Here I'm going to add more, so I'm gonna add it right here, and also for the stairs. So I want my stairs to be shown like that. And then here, of course, we need curtain wall as well on this side, and then on this side. Maybe on this side we don't need to add anymore, only on the front, because I want this way to have some privacy right here when you're entering. So now in order for us to show this, we need to click on modify. Those errors are saying that it's not shown because it's inside the wall. So if we check here, you won't be able to see the curtain wall or the windows. So what you need to do is you can go to modify and then cut geometry. You can do this on level 1 or on 3D view. So you need to select the wall first and then the curtain wall, and it will cut it. Wall and then curtain wall. You can also do it right here, and then click wall and then curtain wall. So now you just need to go around and cut all those geometry, and there you go. That looks good. And then now what we need to do is, let's go to 3D. I want to set the height. So usually the set of heights, you select here and then you put it onto the proper height. This one I'm gonna, because our height is, wall height is 3000 from levels 1 to level 2. So that 3000, at the same time, we will have a floor. So that 3000 will minus 200. So I'm trying to at least remove negative 600 at least. And then from here, I want to pull it up a little bit. This one should be base offset around 250. And that will apply on all except on this one. So now I could align AL and then align all the top portion. Right there. So now it's negative 600, so 2400 is the height of the window. And then here, because this is a washroom, we need to pull it up all the way. So only on this side is looking like that. And then here, AL, pull it up similar to all of them. And then don't forget this one. Even though there's a credenza there, that's fine, because that's credenza is for the design, and that will look really good. And then we still need to create the floor so that it doesn't look like it's floating around. So let's actually do that now. So let's go back to level 1, and then after that let's go to architecture and then floor, and then edit this type, duplicate, and then we could put in floor number 1, and then press OK, edit, make the thickness to 200, and then here what we could put is a stone material. So I'm gonna put in stone. Let's use this fill stone, apply, OK, and then OK. I'm going to add the floors into all of this except for the kitchen, because I want the kitchen to have a different material. So after that, let's click on pick lines. So I'm going to pick it from the interior wall. So I want it to be all around this. And then this one should be all the way right here. I'm gonna cut it there. And then here we could just do it all around here. And then we should just trim this one first. Trim and extend. And then here, pick line again. We could just go around here. And then TR, trim and extend on all of them. Right here, every corner. There we go. We cut it off right here. And then if there's an error, Revit will let you know anyway. So let's just click on finish. And let's look at it at 3D on how it looks. We could change this to fine, and then here we could put shaded part so that we could see properly. So now that's looking good. I just added right here on this side just because I know, so it looks like I shouldn't do that because it's overlapping. So I'm going to edit the boundary, delete this, and then delete this ones as well. And then I'm just going to trim and extend right here. And let's see how it looks, because I was afraid that it won't see here this one. So at least we have a floor there. It's actually the cutout of the door. So it's actually not a floor, it's floor. So I'm happy with that. And then let's add in another one. So click on floor, edit, duplicate, and then here we just need to change this material to another stone material. So I'm gonna use this one, granite, and then after that let's just use rectangle and click on that. So now we have different kinds of flooring. So there's two right here. We could even extend this one later on if we do, because I want to add maybe because I want to have probably an L-shape kitchen. So if I do the L-shaped kitchen, what will happen is I will need to pull this one back right here. We have an L shape, plus we have the bar top right here, or an island right here. So we could probably do that, and then so that it looks different. So for now, let's leave it like that. So for the folding door, you will need to go to part 1 description of this series, and it will be the second link that I'm gonna add. Here we have a parametric folding door. You can download that, or you can download all of this, because everything is basically given. Show in folder, and then just drag and drop right here. Right now it's too big, so what I'm gonna do is maybe I'm gonna add it here for now, and what I'm gonna do is I'm going to change the width or the length. So here I'm going to external offset 0, and then here let's do width is around 4500. This is still big, too big. We could have this one around 3000 for now. In terms of height, around 2400. And then the number of panels, we could put this one at probably 4. Press OK, and then you could basically select that and then pick new host. And I want it to be going around like that. And if we see it in 3D, it will look like that. It looks really nice, and it's the same height as that. We could flip it on this side if we want to. So I'm gonna flip it. So now it looks like that. So around 4. We could even put it as 6 if we want to, but I think it's not good enough. Or we could put it at 2 each, and it will flip like that, but there's an error right here. So I'll probably just put it on one side. So 0 here, and then let's see how it looks for 6. 6 is looking good as well. So I'm probably going to leave it like that. It looks good. It looks proper. So I'm just gonna leave it like that, and that's good enough for me. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 4 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add doors in even floors and our curtain wall, which we refer as a window. Now we're gonna continue working on this, and as you can see, we will add in some mullions. But before we add the mullions, we need to create the curtain grids first, where the mullions will be attached. So before we do that, one thing I want to do first is to add in more furniture. So here we could add in our seating here. So let's go to insert again, load family, and then here what we're gonna do is we're gonna look for furniture and then seating, and then let's look for our sofa. And one thing that I want to use is this sofa corbu. And then after you load, CM, and then spacebar to change orientation. And then press escape multiple times. And then as you can see, it's not good enough size for this one. So we're gonna edit this one. So edit type, duplicate. Let's just call it sofa number 2. And then let's extend it. So let's make it wider. I'm thinking of probably around 2500. And then instead of the depth like that, I'm gonna put it at 600, and then press OK. And as you can see, it's good enough size for this one. So what I'm gonna do next is actually going to make it short. I want some spacing here because we're going to add in some TV station right here. So right now I'm gonna edit this one and then just change this width to around 2600, and I believe that's good enough size. We could move it a little bit on this side, and we could add in our entertainment system or TV station right here. So as you can see, we have our sofa right here. We also need our something right here as well. But before we do that, let's load in our coffee table. So load family, go back here, and then we have some tables, and then we have coffee table right here. Click open, CM, and then add it in the middle. This one has 2 kinds of or 3 kinds of preset. So they have this kind of preset already, but as you can see, it's too the depth is too wide. So what I'm gonna do is edit and then duplicate this. I'm just gonna call it coffee table, and then after that, with the width, I'm gonna put it at 800. And then in terms of length, I think I like this length. That's good enough for me. And then after that, we're going to add in a section. This section is in order for us to see this wall right here. So we're going to move it a little bit forward so that we don't see anything of the coffee table. And then you could just double click here. This one, if you select this section, it will give you the view range. So this is the range that you can adjust by dragging the arrow. For now, this is good enough. If we double click here, you'll be able to see the wall that you have right here. And then we're going to have it probably, I'm just looking at it, I want it from here to probably right here, so around 3850. So go back to section, and then here what we're gonna do is we're going to add in, so go back to architecture, component drop down, and then click on model in place. Here we're going to select generic model, press OK, and then OK again. And then here we're going to create an extrusion first. We need to pick a plane, which is this wall. And then here we're going to select rectangle, and we want to make sure that we have the wall or the height of this wall to be exactly 2800. The reason for 2800 is because of the floor that we're gonna add on the second level 2. So once we add the floor there, it will take out the 200 right here. So that's why we're having this height only. And then the length, right here we have the length, we want it to be, I think, 3850. And then so select, press escape, select this one, we want it 3850. And then I want the extrusion to be at least 5. This is only for the back wall of this. And then in terms of material, I'm going to set it up as one of the, we could use this one for now. Apply, OK, and then OK. So now it's kind of boring for now, but we're going to add on those. So here I'm just gonna double check the width that I want. This one 3850, so that's correct. So now we're gonna add in more detail. What I'm thinking of is adding some paneling, and then we could add another, the one that it will attach to. So here I'm gonna pick a plane, I'm gonna choose this plane, and then I'm going to attach this one right here. I want some shelvings right here on this side, so I'm just giving it some space. Here I want the extrusion to be at least around 50, and then I want this to be somewhat a stone finish. So I'm gonna add this one, cut rough, graphite, and then click on finish. If we want to see it better, you can just select this one and then choose this view section box, So as you can see, it will create a section under 3D, and you'll be able to view what we're trying to do. So we could extend this one and like that. So now we will see everything that we're creating right here. I'm probably going to pull it up a little bit because I want a shelving right here and a shelving right here. So let's create those shelvings. So go back to section, and then here I want to create, so this one I'm going to edit in place again, extrusion, pick a plane, and then I'm going to choose this plane. This one I want to create another one, but I want it to be a different material. So I'm gonna choose wood material. So I'm gonna use ash, apply OK, and then here probably around 200. So around maybe 400. I want to create a rectangle going right here, and then I'm going to align it onto this wall. So, and then we're going to create pick line. I'm going to offset this to 25, and we want it from the inside. And then we're going to trim. We could actually use rectangle and then just create an offset from that, but for some reason I didn't do that. So we need to trim this out. And then now we're going to add some shelvings right here as well. For this part, I'm going to do this first. So shelvings, I'm going to select that and then create some shelvings right there. I'm going to select that, offset this to 25 again, so 1 inch, and then here CO, and then CO again, and then make sure to check multiple, and then grab it from the top corner right there so that we are consistent with this one. So here I just want to point out this is around 520, so around 500. And then SL to split element. So let's add those right there. And then TR, trim and extend all of those. And we just need to be patient regarding this because it's repetitive, and you just need to be patient regarding that. So, and then after that, click on finish, and then let's look at it at 3D. So with that sense, it looks really nice. We have something like this on this corner, and then we're going to have a shelvings right here. So same thing, create an extrusion, pick a plane, let's select right here, and then let's create this case first. I'm going to align it right here, AL, align it right here. I'm going to change the extrusion to at least 380, and then same ash, and then after that I want to have So actually, I want to have an opening right here. So create an opening right here. So select this. I want it to be 25 to be consistent with all that we're doing. And then here 25. And then click finish. And then after that, create another one. This is extrusion. Pick a plane, select this. And then here we put 20. And then this will be some sort of something right here that we could do. And then here, and then we could change this to 25 to be consistent. And then here select this and then move this temporary dimension to 25 right here. And then after that, click finish and look at it at 3D and see how it looks. And it's flush all the way right here. So that looks good. I'm happy with what we're doing here and what it looks like. We're just going to add a backing here because I don't want our backing to look the similar right here and this similar right there. So I'm just going to create an extrusion again and then pick a plane, which is this wall. And then here, just 5, not 50, just 5. And then it's just a backing right here. Click on finish. And I'm happy with what we have done there. We have a backing there now. That is same material. So once we're in Twinmotion, once we add the material, it will look like that as well. So what I like to do is add some neon lights around, so LED lights. And then right here at the bottom, right here below there, and all the shelvings as well. So we're going to add something like that there. And then we could add in the TV right here. And then maybe something on this side so that it looks nice and different. So maybe some sort of design. So what I'm thinking of is going to level 1 and then create that design right here. So I'm gonna use an extrusion. It basically sets itself to work plane level 1, so on the ground level, so we don't need to change that. And then here I'm gonna use rectangle and then maybe just put it like that. And then we could basically add some sort of this design there. Remove this, and then we could do is copy it from that corner multiple times. I know there's a faster way of doing this, but I just want to do it like this so that I am more aggressive. And then here what we're gonna do is probably delete this one, this part right there, and then we could just select all of this and then move it in the middle right there. So roughly in the middle, SL on this. So we're just going to create that separation so that when we trim it, it won't lose it. After that, TR, trim and extend. And then you just need to check everything. let's see how it looks. And then we're going to extrude this all the way to 2800 because that's at the height of that. So click on finish and then look at it at 3D and it will look like that. I'm thinking of putting it in the same one, same materials, or we're gonna change it, maybe a different wood material. I think it will look nice in a different material, so let's use Douglas fir just to change it up. So now click on finish. That's look nice. So the good thing about this is that an in-place model, you can basically change it quickly. So if you want this one to be lessened, you want it to be higher, you can instantly just grab all of this arrows and then you'll be able to change instantly. So I'm just gonna undo that so that we don't change it. I'll probably just insert the TV. So let's insert the TV. Let's go to insert, load family, and then just go back here, select the TV screen, click open, and then let's add it from this side, CM. And then obviously we have it right there. And then let's go to section in order for us to see how it looks. Obviously it's not good yet. We could make it bigger. We could edit this and then duplicate, put it TV, press OK, and then we could make it larger, remove this one. If we edit the TV, we could remove this one right here and then load it. Make sure not to save it because it will save on the location of the TV, the original. So just put it no, but you need to click on override existing version and parameters. Once you do that, you don't touch the original, but you only touch your copy. And then here, we're probably going to change. Actually, we should have just unchecked this one. I think it's the same thing. Haven't seen it yet, but it's probably the same thing. So you can just try and use uncheck this one. I think the graphics will remove the stand. Here the diagonal, the thickness, let's put it at 50. Let's see how it looks on 50. And then here the diagonal distance, we have 1270 right now. Let's see if it goes to 2500. For the 2500, I know it's too big for the space, so let's edit this one again to 2300. I think that's good enough size, and we'll be able to just see it from here. So that looks really good. And then we could just lower it a little bit more so that the separation of this one to that one. So what I'm gonna do now is just click on save, and then let's finish it up on the next video. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 5 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to create the entertainment center right here. We could go to section again and 3D to see how it looks. And this is actually not yet finished. as we can add in the lights around this. So what I'm gonna do first is go to architecture, another model in place. What we could do is just select this one, edit in place, because it's the same idea anyway. So what we're gonna do is click on sweep and pick path, and then this one we could just select this one right here. Or better yet, instead of the sweep, we can create an extrusion, and I'm not sure if this will work, but I believe we could add in an extrusion right here, set, and then here what I'm gonna do is set this one on this plane, and then here in section, once we create that plane, we could go to 3D actually, and then what I'm gonna do is we're going to create this now by using this. And then this one, we're going to extrude it at 5, and then we're going to change this to neon, or we could search for light and then look for this glass white highlighted luminance. So click apply, OK, and then go to section in order to see it better, and then click on finish. And then before you click on finish again, we could copy this one, because this one is something we could add in multiple areas right here. And then click finish, and I just want to see how it looks. I just want to double check if we create a backing for this one as well, because I remember we did add backing for this, so I believe we need to add that first. So I'm gonna undo what I did, because that's irrelevant now. I'm gonna delete that, discard extrusion, and instead I'm gonna select this. I'm gonna create, pick, and then select this one. So it looks like we haven't added the back for this one. So I'm just gonna highlight all of this and then create, then ash 5. So that's the thing that I forgot to do. And then now let's do an extrusion again, but with that backing right there. So I'm gonna select, set this one, pick a plane, select that, and then another extrusion similar to what we did, make it rectangle, and then align it right here. And then this one is 5, and then this is 5. Change this to lights, and then pull it upwards, apply, OK, and then click on finish. And then now we'll be able to add this one in multiple location right here, similar to what we did earlier. We just forgot about the background there. This one, and then we could add it right here, and we could actually increase it more like that. And then because this back is different from this, we need to create another one. Same thing, same idea, another extrusion. We can set this one, pick a plane, and then let this one right here now. And then here we could just create the same idea from the bottom. Select that to change it to 5, and then click finish. And then right here, we're going to change the one at the back right here. So another create extrusion, set, and then let's add it. Pick this one first, and then add this rectangle. So there's multiple ways of doing this. I just chose to do an extrusion because I know the location of those ones. So now let's look at it at 3D, and you can see that it's right there. It will be illuminated once we're in Twinmotion, and we have everything else. So it will look nice. We will add books right here, some decoration so that it will look lively right here. And then we could place our rug in Twinmotion right here as well. So I believe we're done with this one. What we could do now is we could close this 3D. In terms of section, I believe we're done with this one as well. Section done, and we have enough space to go around here. Next thing that I'm gonna do is I'm going to probably add the flooring for this area. Probably add the stairs in the front, and then this will be grassed, and then this will be where the carport is. So we have one carport, grass, and then this will be a pathway because we have the gate right here. So we're still gonna work on the gate as well. So now what we could do is we need to go to ground floor, and then we're gonna add our flooring right here. So go back to architecture, click on floor, and then we need to edit type, duplicate. This will be floor number 3. Press OK, and then OK. Before we do that, let's actually set the materials first. So I'm gonna edit this, and then here I'm going to change this to something grass first, and then pull it up, apply, OK, and then OK, and then click on rectangle, and we're just going to select this one right here and going around. So once we set that, I'm going to align it on this one because we're going to have a floor right here. Maybe the flooring is a concrete, and that concrete we're gonna create a stairs, but we're not gonna use the typical stairs. We're gonna model in place a stairs. I think it's easier to do than creating a stairs, but we're gonna create our stairs using a typical process right here. I just want my stairs to be different on this side. So now let's go back to architecture, click on floor, edit. We're going to add another floor, duplicate this. This will be number 4, and we need to remember the concrete that we're gonna use here. So concrete, and then we could use maybe broom finish so that it's easier to copy and easy to remember. So I'm gonna Control A and then Control C so that I could copy that later on, because this one is easy to do. So we're just going to create something like this, and then what we're gonna do is going to pick line right here and then right here, and then once we're done, TR, trim and extend right here, and then trim and extend right here. So now our flooring there is good. Let's go to ground back and then 3D, and then here we need to undo our section box by going and checking the section, and then here, as you can see, we have something that looks like this. What I'm gonna do now is to add the stairs around this side, and I'm gonna do that by using section. And then I'm gonna place this section right here and then double click. With this sense, I know the height of the door. So we have the height of the door and then the ground floor. And then we have the exterior wall. So now I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to architecture, component, model in place, and then generic model right here. And then what we're gonna do is create an extrusion, pick a plane. I'm gonna use this wall as my plane, and then here we're going to change this one to, so you can actually just select this, Control A and then Control V, and then click apply. So now I'm gonna create the rectangle. So here I could select this one up to this wall, so I know how long it is. And then here I'm going to create my steps, and then I'm just going to do it like this. So probably this one is around, because we have 400, so 200 each. So actually not 200 each, that will be 150. And then here I'm just going to set it right here 150 as well. So now we have good enough height. And then here I'm going to force it to be placed right here, because we have enough room for this. And that's good enough. I think that looks good. TR, trim and extend right there, and then trim and extend right here. And I want to double check how I did, but some things, we have a big landing and then we have a landing right here. So 2 steps and then landing here, another step. I think that's good enough. We could extrude this 200 and then we're gonna place it, we're gonna go to 3D and then extrude it from here to the correct wall. You can also do is AL, align it from this face up to this face. So those are easy way to align it. So now it looks like a good entrance. You'll be able to have this one, a good landing right here, another landing here, and then we have the steps there. So it's a good entrance. So click on finish and we're good with the stairs on this side. Let's go back to level 1. And then I'm thinking of adding probably the grid, curtain grid. So now let's go to 3D view, and then here we're going to add our curtain grid. So let's go just add curtain grid right here. Click on that. What I usually do just to make it simple is just adding it in the midpoint. So I look for the midpoint. It usually snaps. So right now it snaps in the midpoint of the curtain panel, and as you can see, it will let you know as well. So here, midpoint, and then once you do get it, it will look like that. What I also want to do, actually, I want to undo this. I want a different look. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create a 300 and then 300 again, 300 right here, and then 300 on the bottom. And then maybe I'm gonna create a section in front so that I could see it better. you can flip this one right here, and you want to make sure that the view range is cutting through it. So now I have this. So the issue with this now is we cannot basically add this one right here. So what I'm gonna do is click on curtain grid, and then what I'm gonna do is one segment, and then this segment is probably around 100 from here, and then 100 again, and then 100 from here, going around, and then I'm going to create the middle with one segment. And I forgot that I need to create this segment first before I do this. So curtain grid, one segment, and let's do 100 right here. And then after that, one segment again in the middle right here, and then middle. So I'm just doing this just to see how it looks. I'm not sure how it will look though, but once we add in the mullion, we'll see how everything looks. So 50 by 65 is what I'm gonna use. I'm gonna click on all grid and then select that, and then in 3D view it will look something that looks like this, something different, but I'm just gonna do it on this side, and then everything else is standard. For the glass here in the stairs, I want to actually push it all the way up. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna leave it like this, knowing that I'm gonna push this up because we're going to set the second floor as well. So I'm just gonna leave it like that. Here, this one, I'm going to just add the curtain grid, sorry, the mullion, and then all. So I'm just gonna make it simple for that side. Going back here, in this one, we could add in the curtain grid. So I press escape, curtain grid, and then here we're going to get the midpoint right here. Rotate, and then midpoint again, and then here you want to go midpoint, or here we could do third. So here I'm doing the third, and it snaps as well, and then here midpoint on all of them. And then once you're done, press escape again, and then click on mullion, all grid, and then simply just select all of those. And as you can see, we have our mullions right there. And just double check and see how it looks. I just changed this one to different look just to differentiate one of the looks there. And then here we're just gonna leave it like that, and this one looks really nice. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 6 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to finish the entertainment center, and then we added the stairs right here, and then the floorings for the grass, and then the carport right here. So now we're gonna continue working on this. What I want to accomplish in this video is to finish off the one for the backyard. What I want to do is go back to level 1, and like I said, I probably will need to delete some part right here. It's because I want to add in or I want to move this one to make it smaller, because I want basically an L shape kitchen right here. So I'm gonna delete this so it's easier for me to just add. I'm going to select this one, CS, and it will maintain um, the height and then the distance from here. So that's why it's easier to just set one first and then do the others. So I'm gonna cut this one right here, and I want to make sure to make this one L, because we're planning to add in more of the kitchen parts right here. So after that, I'm gonna go to 3D, and then as you can see, it maintains the uh, parameters that we set right here. So now what we're gonna do is go back to architecture, click on curtain grid, and then we're just going to select that one, and then add in the mullion all grid, and then simply add it like that. So once you're happy and once you set this up, I'll probably add the laundry right here. So this is where the location of the laundry will be, but it's only going to be accessible from the outside. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm going to create an extrusion wall. I'm going to go to ground floor and then CS on this, and I'm going to add a wall right here. So it's around, let's make it around 2600 and then 1400. So around 2600 from here, and then this will be around 1400 for this. So just more than enough space for the laundry. And then if we check this one, it will look like this. So what I'm planning to do is to extend this one all the way right here, and then here this wall will be extended as well. So we're just basically adding enough wall on this side, and then here it should be exterior wall, and then here exterior wall, and then this one is the exterior wall number 2. And then here, as we remember, we have a different finish. So this one is concrete aggregate, and then what we're gonna do is we're going to split it this way so that we could have the same materials on all of this. So we're gonna split those ones later on, and then I just want to change the where this is located, and then I'm gonna trim this out and then put it back. I just want to fix where the joining wall is. Similar to this, we want the joining wall to be on the edge, so I'm gonna undo this. So now this is the bigger wall, so it's easier to do later on. Same thing that goes right here. pull this one back first and then change the location of the binding wall. Usually once you move it up and then pull it back, trim it first, and then now this is the because I want this one to have, so I'm just going to align this AL, and then this is the one that has that. So once we do it, we only think of the face right there. So might as well do it now. I'm going to edit this type before we forget. So CS on that, and then you need to select split face, select this face. Once you do, we need to create a line. So I'm gonna create a line from here all the way to there, and then click on finish. After that, click on paint, and then look for the same concrete, and then select that. So now it will be the same one as what we have before. At the same time, let's do it on this side as well. Split face this one, and then we need to create this line right here, and then click finish, and then click on the paint, same thing. So it looks like everything is the border wall, and then only this one is on top of it. This one got created on top of it, so that looks nicer. So now let's go to this side. We're probably going to pull this one lower than the others, so we might just add the top right here, or we could just leave it like this. So that's good enough. We're just going to add a roof right here, and then here we could have in like a deck that goes around, and then we have our swimming pool right here. So let's create the swimming pool first. So let's go to architecture. We create the wall first. So here, edit type, duplicate. This will be pool wall. Edit, and then here we could just change this one to around 50 thickness, and then here we could put something tile. So let's look for a tile. Ceramic tile will be good as well. Let's do ceramic tile, and then after that, let's click on rectangle. We want it to basically be on the ground first, and then click on wall. Pull wall is selected, and then we want the base to be, so top is ground, and then this one base is ground, and then top level is ground. So what I'm gonna do first is I'm gonna change the base to negative 2000, and then let's create a rectangle. So I'm thinking of, we have a deck here going outside, and then the pool is somewhere right here. Don't worry, it's because of the view range. That's why we're not seeing it. But if we go to 3D, it's right there. It's just not showing because of the view range. But in order for us to see it, go to ground floor and then change the view range. And then this one, the depth, unlimited. So it's visible like that. So now this is a big, I want to have a rectangular pool. We have some spacing around it, and then especially right here, we could just select tab, and then we could just move it around like that. And then the deck, I'm gonna place it all the way right there, and then I want to give some space, probably just to have a stairs here, a steps here. I'm gonna, let's maybe add it all the way there. We might make it smaller, this one, so that to accommodate the spacing here. I think it's too much for the depth, so here I'm going to edit this one first to, the width is probably 2200, and then let's move this one more on this side so that we still have some privacy on this area. Even though this is open, we still have privacy. And then here we could add in the deck, so it will be another flooring, wood material, and then steps to add. So now I think I'm ready to just leave it like that, and then we could add in a surrounding floor. I'm thinking of adding some grass as well on some portion, and then maybe this one should be a floor with grass, those kind of stuff, or so we could just look into that more. I just want to finish the swimming pool first. Let's add in a model in place. I'm using a model in place so that I could add the floor under there. So extrusion, and then I want not the concrete autocad, I want the same material, so tile, and it's ceramic tile. I'm gonna copy that, and then here I'm going to create something that looks like this, and then let's go to 3D to see how it looks. So click on finish, and then put this one all the way down. I'm going to set this one just too much, so AL, so AL, sorry, AL, click on that, and then click on the bottom, and we want to make it shorter, not too thick. I'm going to make this wireframe to see how it looks, so we could just pull it one down. I think that's good enough, and then we could put in some stairs or whatnot. And then after this, go back to ground, and then let's create another extrusion, same thing, but with water. Pull this one up, click apply, okay, and then add it on top. and then click finish. Look at it in 3D, and we could just pull this one down. There we go. Click on finish, and then let's change this back to hidden line, and we could see it in the ground and in 3D how it looks. So now we have something that looks like that, and then we could just create the deck. So let's go to ground. Let's add in another floor, edit, duplicate. This will be floor number 5, and then we have a 400 thickness, and then this one should be a wood material. So I'm gonna choose mahogany, click apply, OK, and then I'm gonna copy this, Control A, Control C, and then here I'm going to add something that looks like this, and then click on finish, and let's look at it. So that looks like that. In terms of where it is, should be on actually level 1. So there we go. And then we're going to create something right here. I'm planning to add a stairs again, but I'm going to create it similar to this, a model in place. So here is what I'm going to base off. A model in place, generic model, and then here I'm gonna click on extrusion, pick a plane, and I'm gonna select this wall right here, and then click on rectangle, and then here change this to mahogany, and then we're just going to add the steps right now. We could just add it simply like that, very simple, and we just need to add it in the middle. So this should be around 350. There we go. So that's roughly in the midpoint of that, and then click on finish, and let's look at it at 3D and then expand it a little bit more. And at the same time, we're going to have some railing right here to make it nice, and then right here we could just go back to ground and then add the railing. Let's use this pipe. Let's duplicate this. Let's put piping number 2, and then let's add this one to level 1. So base should be level 1, and then add it right there. So even though we put it right there, it should be on that side. Click on finish, and obviously we could do much better work right here. Instead of this one, I want it squared. Real structure, circular, I don't want that. I want it squared. And then technique here is you could just copy and then Control A, Control V on those to make it faster for you. And then click apply, Okay, and then here I want it to be squared as well. And then baluster, I don't want it right there, I want it squared as well. And then squared. So I want it to be consistent with all of them. And that looks like that. So I'm happy with that. The only thing that I forgot is to add the material, but we can add it later on. I'm not gonna be focusing too much on that. So at least we have some handrail there and we have some steps. We could always just push this one all the way there so that there's no issue with that, but why not add a railing as well here? At the same time, we could add in floors. So select this, edit type, duplicate. I'm gonna duplicate one of the stairs. So one of the floors actually. I'm not gonna duplicate this one because I want to maintain the 200 on others. And I'm just going to select a different material. So probably concrete. I'm not the block pattern, but this one, something different. And then here I'm just going to go around here, and then let's pick this one right about there, and then just all around this area. And then let's trim and extend. And probably I'm gonna add this one as the same floor. So I'm just going to just leave it like that for now. And this one we just need to trim and extend on this one, and then trim and extend on here. Click on finish, don't attach, and I want, and then we forgot to create a opening there. So might as well just select a rectangle and then just add this one like that. Don't attach. And then here for the walls, I want my walls to have at least 25 top offset. So at least it's a little bit on top of there. So let's stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In this video, we're gonna continue working on part 7 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to create the backyard. We added the pool and all this stuff. Now we're gonna continue working on this. Let's go to ground again, and I will add in the door. So I'm gonna select this door, CS, and I'm going to add the same door right here. And then let's go to insert, load family, and here we're going to go to specialty equipment, domestic, and then mid-range. We have the washer and dryer combo right here, so I'm gonna load that there, CM, and then here we could just add it right about here. So I'm gonna select this again because I don't want the label. So I'm just going to uncheck this, apply OK, and then align this exactly to the wall. And we'll want to make sure that this is also aligned right here. So we're good with this. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to section as well, and I just want to edit the stairs that I created. I just want to see how it looks if I just manually do it here. I know I could move this one a bit more. I think it was perfect just like that. And then grab it again just a little bit. And then pull this one a little bit as well. And then click finish. And then if we check the ground again, or the 3D view, it will look nicer like this instead of the one earlier. Then what I'm gonna do is we're going to create a stairs as well right here, and we're gonna do the same idea. So I'm gonna select this and then edit, and I'm going to just make sure to know the material that I'm gonna use. And then here under section, what I'm gonna do as well is to pull all the walls, and let's just make it negative 1000. I think it's too much to have 2000. And then at the same time, we have our water right here. And then we also have, if we go to our 3D, we also have this. So make sure to add that one as well. And then go back to section. We could see, I'm not sure if we could see that, but we could just pull this one up like so. And then we could align it again, AL, and align it right there. So it's much better, not too much. And then we're going to add a stairs. So model in place, and then we could just add a generic model, and then here we could extrude it from the wall right here. And then after that, make sure to change the material because we want to be consistent. And then we could just create a rectangle right here, roughly around the full area right here. And we could just have something that looks like this, and we could just add some sort of stairs. I'm just eyeballing it at the moment. It's not, doesn't really need to be too accurate because it's not gonna be noticeable anyway. So something that looks like this, it's good enough. I just like the reflection of this one when we're in Twinmotion, and we can see that there's a stairs there. So that's what I'm hoping for. And then here we could just move this one right there. I think that's good enough. And for kids, usually there's something like that, a pad, and then all of this will be like usually it's slanted or deeper like this, but we're just gonna leave it like that. It's not something that it's going to be visible. And then we're gonna grab it here, And then if we're in 3D, you will see what it looks. So I'm just gonna click finish, and then like that, it will look nice. And also, if you go to the part 1 of this series, in the description there's going to be 2 links. It will be the second link, and it will have the pull ladder. The first link is the default families from Revit, the one that I'm using all the time. So now here we're just gonna right click and then download this one. And then once you download it, you'll be able to just grab it. And then what I want to do is move it somewhere right here or on this side, but I think this is good enough because this is where the farthest is. So I believe that's the idea there, that they could go here and get off. So that's good. We have some space there. We can also add it right here if we want to, or we could just leave it like this, and then we could just align it manually right there. I'm happy with that, and we have some space to go around here. And then in addition, I'm going to just move this one down. I want to add some grass portion here, but before we put some grass, I want to add some pots. So we could just make this one, we could just leave this one probably. So I'm gonna edit this one and choose this big line, and then we could just trim this off. I think this is the right one to do, but at the same time I want this one right here. So basically like that. And then this will be trimmed off. So that's correct. And then click finish, don't attach. And then we're going to add another floor. Click on floor right here, and then edit, duplicate, and then we're going to add a grass portion right here. I think we already have a grass floor, but I'm just gonna add it again so that we're good. And then let's trim this part, and then trim this part. There we go. So we have something like that right here, a grass portion, and then we could just add an extrusion from this part, like just a decorative extrusion right here, and we could just add the grass portion there. We could have it going above. I think that's good enough because we have some space there. So here I'm going to create a generic model again, and then here we're going to create an extrusion. I want something right here, and then right here. And then here we could just make everything full. And then trim and extend. And then trim and extend TR on that. I'm going to align it here. I missed that part. And then we're basically creating a big pot here. So I'm going to offset this to probably 100. Not 100, so 50 only. I want it from the inside, so that's why I'm adding this. And then once we add it, we could just trim and extend everything. And then we're gonna set this to probably another concrete. Or a stone if we want to. So probably a stone. We could use rubble. And then click finish. And I want to go to 3D so that we could extrude it properly and see how much extrusion can we add. I think that's good enough. We have the lower end of our window, so this will be all part of a big pot. And then what we can do next is to just add in some stuff right here. So I'm planning to add in a small tree right here, and then some flowers and those kind of stuff. But before we do that, we need to add in like an earth material. So here, instead of rubble now, we could type in earth. We have something like that right here, and then click on finish. And then here we need to go back to 3D to extrude it, because we don't want it to be too accurate. We just want it to be somewhere flush, so that we could add grass and those kind of stuff. I think we could just click on finish, and we could just see how it looks, and it looks good. And then at the same time, I'm going to add a roof. So I'm going to go to level 1 and then add a roof for the second floor, but only on this part. So here I'm going to click on roof, make sure uncheck the define, and then because if this is checked, the define slope, you will have not an angle roofed. So now I'm just going to use this pick line, and then obviously I forgot to duplicate and edit. So I'm gonna edit, duplicate. This will be roof number 1. Make it all caps. And then here we could edit the thickness to 200, and then here a material, asphalt. Shingles. and then click OK, OK, and we could just click finish. And then after that, after we fix this, we could just add it to base level 2, and then before we go to ground or to 3D, we need to offset the base. So because this is 200, I want another 200, so around 300, negative 300, so that it's not flush. So I just want that, I want a small parapet on that. So let's just go back to level 1, and then here what we're gonna do is we're gonna add in a line, which we have right here. You just need to go to annotate, detail line, and add a detail line right there. I also, this is from 650 to 600, so just change this to 600. And then in order for us to add in another detail line, we need to change this to demolish. This will represent that we have a shelvings on top. So you can add those things. And then I couldn't find a rug, so I'm just gonna use detailed line and then CS on that because it's already placed there. And I just want to show that we can have a rug right here. I think it's good to have a rug. And then here we could just center line this, and then center this as well. And that looks really good. And then we could just move this one a little bit at the top. And then let's add in like a light. So insert, load family, go back to desktop, not desktop, sorry. Go back to the main, and then we have lighting here, architecture, and then internal, and then we have some floor lamp right here. So I'm gonna use this one. It looks nicer, CM on that, and then we could add it on an angular. So if you see something that is circular, you can just space bar on that, and then you can select, and then you could just grab it from there, so that you don't need to waste your time rotating anything else. So at least this one is, you could fit it right here. We have an extra light right here. And also what we could do as well is to add a table on here. So load family, go to furniture, and then we have tables right here, and then night stand, and then CM on that. So we could just place it right about here. So that looks good. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 8 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to create all of this into the backyard. Now we're going to continue working on this. What I want to focus on is the kitchen. So here, I'm going to go to level 1, and the kitchen will be on this part. So what I'm gonna do is I want to have an L-shaped kitchen, or a U-shape if you think about it, because I want everything else to be like this. And then at the same time, once it's right here, an L shape, we could have something right here for the island. So just a kitchen island that extends right here on this side. And then we could have a breakfast nook here as well. So it will be a nice and something different, just like not like a linear kitchen. So to start off, I'm gonna go to architecture, click on component model in place, and then here generic model. Press OK, and then make sure you're in level 1. We're gonna create an extrusion. It doesn't ask me to set it because it's already on the work plane level 1. So immediately it will be on my level. So we don't need to adjust anything. So for this cabinet, I want it to be obviously like this, and the kitchen island I wanted somewhere right here. I'm thinking of, for the kitchen island, I want maybe the burner here, the cooktop burner, to be placed right here so that they could cook. And then there's some seating here, and we also have some seating right here, maybe a circular two seats, table and chair right here. So here I could extend it more because we have enough space. And then we could just move all of this. Like I said, I want the separation right here, so maybe I'm just going to move this one somewhere here, not to cross this anymore. And then after that, obviously we need somewhere right here. I'm going to delete this, and we just need the base first to be created. So I'm just deleting all of this that we don't need. I want to set my depth to around 650. I think that's more than enough. 650 is more than enough. And we have enough room for everything else. What I'm thinking of is the fridge will be right here. So, or the fridge will be here actually, on this side. So I'm probably going to give it some space right here. But even though we have this one looking like that, so trim and extend, and trim and extend on everything. I'm thinking of other ways to add the fridge. I think this is the place to add it instead. I think this is the best place to add it. So instead of adding it like that, I'm gonna trim and extend, and then I'm gonna build a case around the fridge. Obviously, if anything change, I'll probably going to extend this, but it will take time because we need to extend everything if we do that. But for now, let's just leave it like this. I think we could work around on this. So now here, I want the extrusion to go up to 875 actually, because on the 900, I want my 25 millimeter thickness So that will be granite or whatever. So here I'm gonna change this to wood. So let's add in a new wood that we could do. Let's use this one first. Gulam 24. Click apply. Okay, and then I'm gonna copy this in case I need to add more. And then click on finish. Let's look at it at 3D. So that looks good. We have enough space to go right here. What I'm planning to do is I'm probably not going to add anything right here in terms of kick plate. I'm gonna put the kick plate in here on this side. So to do that, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create and then click on void sweep and then choose the path. So pick path and then select both of this. So we're gonna work on the 3D now. And then after that, once you select the path, click on finish and then click on sweep again and then edit profile. Now you'll be able to manually create your profile right here. What I usually do is put 100 at the top and then we could put 50 and then click on finish and then finish again and then click cut and it will cut that geometry right there. So we have our kick plate ready, and then at the same time let's go back to level 1 and let's add in the top. So here I'm gonna click on extrusion and then I'm gonna set this one because I want it to be on top of this. So I'm gonna pick it, press OK, and then select the top. And then after that, I just want it to be 25 thickness because it's gonna extrude on that starting point. Now I'm just going to pick again. Obviously, I'm gonna pick all the sides, TR, trim and extend on those corners, and then change this to a different material. So the material that I'm gonna use there is a stone material to differentiate the case. So I'm gonna use stone, click apply and then OK, and then now click on finish. Let's look at it at 3D and that it will look like that. Now I could just extend this one manually and then we could add in the chair right here. So bar stool right here in front. So I'm just gonna double check again what we've done. On this part, we will extend this one as well. The reason that we're gonna extend that for sure is because we're going to add cabinet doors on this sides. So don't worry about that. We're gonna add that one for sure. And I'm thinking of adding something right here. Maybe I want to flush everything out. Or I'm just gonna leave it like this for now. So I'm just thinking of other ways to make it nice. If we do the waterfall effect, it will look nice as well. So why not? Yeah, let's just do that. I'm gonna create extrusion. I'm gonna set this one. I'm gonna pick a plane, which is this plane, and then I'm going to set everything similar, and then we could just do it like this. And then I'm going to align it on this side. and then align it there, and I'm sure that it's aligned on the bottom. So now if we click finish, it will look like that, and then I'm going to align it onto this face. So now it looks flushed, it looks modern because of that. And then we could add or create the um, cabinet doors. But before we do that, we need to add in where we could add in the faucets or the sinks. So let's click on finish first, because we need to void those. So we need to add it first, and then we need to void it again. So let's go to insert, load family, go back to the main, and then you will need to look for plumbing, architecture, fixtures, and then we have sinks right here. Just choose whatever sinks you want. I'm gonna choose this one. Click open, CM after that, and then let's place this on top of this. Obviously it's not on the proper elevation, so counter height elevation is, so it recognize, I believe it recognize it. So I think it's best way to add a section in order for us to see it better. So double click on that section, and as you can see, yes, it recognized that the placement there, or the face, and it's exactly where we want it to be. I'm gonna move it right here. I'm gonna move it somewhere right here, because we're still going to add in our fridge right about here. So we'll probably need to add the fridge and then the casing, so that we know where to add the doors for the cabinets on the base. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna select this again, edit in place. The reason that we need to edit in place again on the specific one that we created before is because we are gonna void it. We can only do it on the void extrusion of that particular model in place, because if you keep on creating a model in place after a model in place, it will be very hard for you to void it, and it's not possible. So here I'm just going to do a void extrusion, and then we're going to create a void extrusion. I usually do this because I want to see the sides of this one, because if you just do it exactly on that, it will have that blinking effect, so stating that there is something there that is overlapped. So that's why you need to give it some space. After that, click on finish. You can go to your section and then extend it, and then extend it downwards. And then after that, you can go back to 3D. Once you do, click on cut geometry, and it will appear like that. So I just estimate the extrusion below, and then I just extrude it above a little bit more. Okay, so if you need, so basically that one is the void layout that I created. So you can even put it down if it's cutting into the sink, but from what I'm seeing on the 3D, it looks good. Everything is right there. So we're gonna finish here this one. And then we're going to focus on the fridge so that we could finalize the doors. So let's go to insert, load family, and then here we need to go back to specialty equipment. It's under main, and then look for specialty equipment, and then go to domestic, mid-range, and then we could look for the fridge that we want. I'm going to use this one, and then CM to add the fridge. So as you can see, French door, 2-door fridge, looks really big. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make it a little bit small. So I'm gonna edit type, duplicate, and then here I'm just gonna leave it like that. That's the name. I don't want to change it anymore. I don't want the label to be shown, so I'm going to uncheck that. And then here, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna change, so I don't want any wall offset. And then here we have the width. I want it to be at least 650, and then the depth is around 700. Height, let's leave it like that, and we have something that looks like this. I think that's good enough size, and we could create a case for this. And then now we need to create a section so that we can see it on that side. So create a section, and then you can double click here. I know this is too small. So I think the best way is to, I'm going to delete that and then go back to level 1. I think the best way is to just create a linear on this side. So L shape, but we still have something right here. So just do this. So select everything, move it. Move it somewhere right here. I think that's good enough. And then we could just move this one like that. I think we have enough space to go around here. And then here, what we could do is edit the boundary and then extend this one a little bit more. And then the error is because they noticed that. So Revit noticed something there, that there's an overlap. And then we could just trim it off like so. So that one is fixed in terms of overlapping, and then we could just extend this one a little bit more. CM on this. Let's see how it looks. We could just leave it like that for now. And then here, let's duplicate this again. Check. And then edit. So the depth, I'm going to do 750. The width, I'm going to do 800. Wall offset 0 and apply. And then here, I'm just going to align it onto the wall. AL. And I'm just going to use this one right here and pull it a little bit more. There we go. And let's go to 3D. Then we could just align it AL. There. And then let's go back to, I believe, this section. Double click on that. And we could just move it like that. And then now what we could do is create a model in place, or we could just select this, edit in place, extrusion, pick a plane, and then select this wall. So the issue with this is the section. For the section, this one was not overlapping the wall. That's why the wall is not showing. So now probably sure that it will show. And then we could just select this one, edit in place, extrusion, pick a plane, and then this one. Instead of the stone, let's use the wood. Type C, because I think it's called something wood that we already used. So wood, Gulam, so it's G, Gulam. There we go. Let's use this. And then we could just create a case. So I'm going to use a rectangle. You want to make sure that you leave 200 on the top for the floor. So 2800. And then here another rectangle. And then delete this, SL, and then TR. And then probably around 800 for the depth. And then let's look at it at 3D. And then we could just push it back a little bit. There we go. And then click on finish. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you like the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 9 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to start the kitchen. Now we're going to continue working on this. Let's now go to level 1 again. And then here, we already set up all of our sections. And we could just double click whenever we need. So now what I'm planning to do before we do the kitchen cabinet is to add the cooktop. So let's go to insert and then load family. And then here we need to go to specialty equipment, domestic, and then mid-range. Here we will find all the cooktops that we need. It ranges from electric to gas. So I'm gonna do the gas because it looks nicer with the grills and those kind of stuff. So I'm gonna click on open, and then let's place it by typing CM, and then we need to rotate it, and then rotate it by pressing spacebar. So I'm gonna put it right about in the middle, right there. So here I'm going to select that, edit type, and then I'm gonna unhide or hide the label. And in order for us to see the grill much better, you need to change it to fine. But it's up to you if you want to do that. Usually when you're in the plan view, you just put it in coarse so that everything is clean. It's because once you get into editing the walls and all of those, you will see there's different kinds of components inside the wall. So if it's a solid concrete wall, you will see the hatching and those kind of stuff. So let's go back to 3D, and if we can see it right here. Make sure to just change it to fine. So here, that's good enough. I believe we need to flip it. I'm gonna flip it around. So I'm gonna do it on this side, and then after that we need to add the hood, the range hood. But before we do that, I just want to double check the height where it is sitting. So it's sitting exactly at the 900, so I'm good with that. And then go back to level 1 and load family, and here we're going to go back and we need to go to high end, as we will have the range hood, which is the one with the island is what we need. So click on open, CM, and then here we have the vent. We could place it right here for now, and then we could do the elevation afterwards. I'm going to hide the show label by clicking here, and then I'm going to flip this around so that we can see this part. Double click, and then here we could just move it, MV to move, and then grab it from there. We want to make sure that we don't go past the 200 at the top, so roughly right here would be perfect. So I'm happy with this. And then now let's go back here. We could start actually adding all the cabinets from the floor. We can also add the seating first so that everything looks nice. I'm gonna add the seating, and then let's do the base cabinet. So go back to the main, go to furniture, and then we have seating here, and let's look for the seating. This is usually what I use for our bar height or bar top. CM to add, and then here let's add it right there. So copy command, and then we could just copy it and make sure multiple is checked so that we could just keep on copying. And then we're going to add 4, and we want to make sure the spacing is good, and I believe that's good enough. And then we could double click here on section 3, and then we could start adding the cabinet right here. Let's do architecture, and then what I'm gonna do is I'm going to edit in place here because this is part of this one. I'm gonna copy this, and then now I'm going to create an extrusion, pick a plane, and then select here. And then luckily enough, we have the same materials, so I don't need to worry about that. Select here, click on 5, or let's make it 10, and then click apply. So now we could just begin our modeling. So here what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add this one in the middle. This will be my guide. I'm gonna select a rectangle, and then maybe we could just offset this one 10. And then we could just grab it from here, and then for this one we need to lower it a little bit. Don't forget to offset. Grab it from there, spacebar, and then we're going to select right here. We could mirror this so that we know that everything looks good. But now what we could do is minus this one, so add 5. So might as well just add 10 here so that it looks proper. And then now let's add the offset again right here, and then do the same thing. Spacebar to go to the inside, and then here as well, go to the inside. I could just make it big enough, and then we're going to have multiple drawers right here so that we could use this one. And then what we could do is we could add a drawer right here as well. So that's good enough. Click here, offset it to 10, and then right there. So SL, click on those ones so that we could trim this off. And then trim this as well. So now SL. So actually we could just trim this now, TR to trim it, because what we did is we did all of this all together. And then after that, just click on finish. So we've done our cabinet right there. What I'm gonna do is align it. So I'm gonna align it here so that it's flush from that part. So we're gonna do it on here. So let's go to section 1, I believe, and then we're gonna do the same thing. So we need to create extrusion, pick a plane, and then we're gonna choose this plane. After that, we already set up the 10. We could do this first. Let's offset this to 10. So another way of doing what we did here, but I think this is faster because of the spacing issue earlier. It's really hard, so I'm gonna add something like that right there, and then we're going to offset this. We just need to align that, and then add another line, maybe right here, and then another line right here. What I'm just going to do is push this one back. This is just something for that corner, and then, or we could just delete this now. We don't need it. I'm going to have a drawer right here, and then multiple drawers right here. and then we could just space it out. And then now click on right here and then offset this one to 10, and then just do your offsetting. And then now type in SL. This is split element, and then split it on one side. In the middle, it's up to you. What I'm doing is I'm basically making my life easy because I just need to trim and extend this part, and then this one will be good enough. So I just need to do it on that sequence so that it's easier for me. I just need to click 2 instead of 4. And then here we could just click on this part, click on here and over there. So now TR, trim and extend, all drawers. I just need to do that, do here and click there. Clean it right here. For some reason this one we need to split again, SL TR, and we have that. So now I'm happy with this. We could just click on finish, and then let's look at it at 3D first, and then we want to make sure to align it, AL, align it from the bottom. So we need to select this first and then this part. So that's flush right there. So I'm gonna go back to section 1, and I believe we did this as well. We need to add some sort of design right here as well. So what I'm gonna do is let's edit this in place again. I know this one same material, so I'm happy with that. I'm gonna click on extrusion again, and then it will ask me to pick up plane. I'm gonna choose this plane, and then after that we need to select rectangle, and then I want extrusion to be 10. Here I'm gonna offset this to probably 5 only. I just want to be consistent, so I'll do this first and then add an offset, probably of 10. We could just do that later on. Let's do this now. I'm going to put it in the middle right here, and then right there, and then make this one 15, and then this one 10, and then I'm going to align this one instead. I think we just need to align everything, and then at the same time do the offset. The only problem is on this part it's too much, so I'm just going to align it, and then I'm gonna give it something like that. Offset this to 10, And then the only thing that we need to do is slice this part. And then TR. Okay. And then maybe we could just lower it down to have that effect. So click on finish and finish again, just to double check everything first. And then we're going to start adding the one at the top, so the top portion. So now let's go back to section 1, and we're going to create a model in place again, or we could just copy this one. We just need to edit this one as well, not copy it. And we're going to pick a plane. We're going to choose the wall. So because the wall is not showing here, what you need to do is we need to close this first. We need to expand the section so that it's all the way to the wall. So we could edit the wall, or not edit the wall, but add the wall to the placement. After that, let's go back here, edit in place, extrusion, pick a plane. I'm gonna choose the wall now. After choosing the wall, make sure everything, the materials is the same. Extrusion, we're gonna change the extrusion, but we could just create this one for now. What I'm gonna do is I'm going to align it from this one. So for here, we could just go all the way. I think this is good enough. And then the top portion is something small here. So click on finish, go to 3D, expand this to whatever whatever you want. You can even go right here and expand it if it's visible, but I'm gonna roughly estimate this, so somewhere at least 1/3, 2/3 of this. I believe that's good enough. We could pull this one a little bit high, and then we could go back to our section, and then I believe we could just start now. Maybe I could just align it right here. So now let's do is create again, extrusion, pick a plane. I'm gonna choose this plane, and then this is all the same, and let's do a big offset right here, space bar it so that to go inside. I'm planning now is to go all the way here so that everything lines up. So I'm gonna close this first. I'm gonna align it from this part, and then do it again. Create an extrusion, pick a plane, select this one, top 10, right there, and then we could just do this right here, and maybe another one going onto the other direction, creating that part. Now we need to create, so I want exactly in the middle right here, maybe another one, and then let's mirror this so that it's the same. And then here we could just choose, to copy this. So CO, copy, same thing until at the last. And then we could just manually change this. And then now offset this to 10. And then to think about this, I want the one at the top actually not to overlap. So what I'm gonna do is SL, split element, all of this we're gonna split right here, and all of that portion right there. And then right here as well. And on this side, on the right side. And then now let's trim and extend. TR. So the problem is we need to split element this one as well in the middle. So you should add 3 spline on this one. I believe that's how it should be. I'm gonna do the bottom first. And then we could just delete this. And then after that, click on finish. And if there's a problem, it will let us know. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 10 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were still working on our kitchen. Now we're gonna continue working on this. Let's go back to section 1. So meaning this is the section one that I'm referring to, you could just double click here, and I'm going to add a backsplash. So with that sense, I'm gonna select this, edit in place, and then create an extrusion, pick a plane. I'm gonna select the wall because it's gonna be attaching on the wall. So basically the plane, when they ask you to select the plane, where are you going to add it? So you're basically telling Revit you're gonna place it on this plane, um, and then you're gonna attach it from there. So here I'm going to put it at 5, and then going to add something that is styled. I'm just gonna choose this style, and then click on finish. At the same time, let's go back to level 1. I believe we're done. We could just add in some more details. What I'm gonna add a detail on is I want to add like a bar stool railing here. So, and then let's add the furniture right here. So let's go to insert, load family, and then let's go to seating. Oh no, not seating, table, because we have this circular one that you could increase, and then it will increase the chair as well. So after that, CM, and we could just add it right about here. So we have this breakfast nook right here, and I believe it's good enough space to have. It's not overpowering, and we have enough space right there. So that's good enough to put it there. And then now I'm going to my 3D, and I want to just create a railing there, or a foot rail. So the way that I'm gonna do it is from level 1, and then here I'm just roughly going to estimate where it's gonna be, and then here I'm gonna model in place, generic model, and then I'm gonna create an extrusion. Let's see if I could just create a sweep. If I pick a path, but the thing is it's gonna attach there. So what I'm gonna do next, let's see if we could do that, or I'm just gonna sketch it out. So I'm gonna go right here, cancel it, model in place, generic model, sweep, sketch path. I'm gonna sketch the path. I'm gonna add it somewhere right here. Somewhere like right there. And then after that, I'm gonna round it off. So fillet arc right there. That's 80. So I'm just gonna roughly do 80 as well here. And then let's increase it more. So I'm gonna move it a little bit at the edge right there. And then at the same time right here, I'm going to add it there. After that, click on finish. Let's see it in 3D. I want to increase it. So maybe I put it in section, put it up. I want to move it up. I don't know if there's a constraint on this, but let's just create it first, and then after that, let's see if there's a constraint. So here, edit profile right there again, and then I want it circular. Maybe 20 is good enough. Change the material. So here, let's add a metal material. And then click on finish. And then finish again. And as you can see, it created that. We can now go to section 3 and try to pull it up. So looks like it's getting pulled up. So I'm happy with that. So once we build it, we have it right there. I don't want I think it's too thick. So I'm just going to edit this one, edit profile, and I want to change I want to be at least 10 only, and then click finish. And as you can see, it looks good. Obviously the chair is really small, but it's not high enough, but obviously I'm gonna place a higher chair there, a proper bar stool. This is just a representation of that. And now I just want to double check, so I'm gonna select that level 1, that this is it. So as you can see, it's not attached, so I'm just planning on attaching it a little bit more forward. So I'm just estimating, and then now it looks good right there. Now we're gonna focus on the stairs. I believe we've done everything in the kitchen. I'm happy with what we have accomplished here. But now let's do more on the other things right here. I'm gonna focus on the stairs, and then let's add the stairs right now. So click on architecture, and then we have stairs right here. We're just gonna simply create a U-shaped stair. So right now we have all the default setup. So base level is level 1 to level 2. This riser, I want to divide this properly. So we're gonna do an even number. So roughly around 14. So 7 each. Just press OK, and then build your stairs. So it will let you know 7 riser created and 7 remaining. So click that, and then let's go back here and then click it again. Don't worry about the spacing. We're going to figure it out later on. So once you do, click on finish, and then select that again. We could just move it in place right now. Don't worry about that. And then edit the stairs again. We don't need the railing right here. This is basically the stringers. No need for the stringers. We just need the stringers on the middle. Click finish again. I always like to click finish because there's some, if you make a mistake, you can always go back, but I'm just used to dealing with this one like that. And then now let's edit the stairs again, the whole stairs, and let's just change the size, so probably 800, and then this one is 800 as well. So really depending on, I want to change it right here. I think 800 is too much, probably 850 to just spread it out a little bit. Let's do 900 each. I believe that's good enough. We have a good spacing right here. Let's separate this. Just a little bit. Something like this. So that's good enough. And then after that, let's change this. I want, so just click on finish, save the project, select the stairs again, and then here, edit, we need to click this one right here, go to on this dot, we don't want any riser, and then we could set up the material right here, and then this one should be a wood material. You can choose whatever you want. Let's use this one. Click apply. And then let's look at it at 3D to make it more. So let's delete this railing right there. We don't need that. We don't need a stringer at the back. So now it's looking modern right now. We don't need this because we're going to use this stringer right here to be our railing. So I'm going to edit this. So actually no, not edit, just select this. We don't need the one at the back as well, so delete that. This is stringer at the right there, so I'm gonna delete that. So here what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna change this to glass. And then this one as well to glass. And then after that, you need to change the height of this. So here, this is the total depth is the one for the height. This is probably 25 only, and then here we could put it at 700. In terms of landing, same as run. Yeah, same as run. And then we need to remove this stringer. This stringer we don't need, but I'm just going to edit the stairs and remove it. Click on finish, and then like here it looks much better. I'm gonna change this to realistic just to show you how it looks. So this is glass and this is the wood material. We also need to select this, edit the middle support. It needs to have the value for the material. So this is another metal material. Metal trim, apply OK, apply OK. So that looks good. So next thing we're gonna do is we're going to download the glass support. So basically I have it under part 1 description. It will be the second link, and then it's called glass support. Right click on that, download it. Once you download, you just need to drag and drop into those downloads, and then after that it will look like this. It's a face base, so it will stick into any face, so even here and also right here. So you just need to click on that. I know this is really big, but I'm gonna edit that one, and it can basically go anywhere you want it to be. There, even right here. So it's up to you if you're gonna add it. I'm just gonna add it right now. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create a section. So I'm gonna create the section right here, or I'm just gonna move this section right here. I'm gonna double click, and then as you can see, we could just make this one like that, wireframe, and then we could connect each and every one of that right here. You can make it smaller, you can edit those, so it's up to you if you want to edit, but for me I like it this big. And then now I'm gonna grab this, copy on both, CO, and place it right there. I don't want this one to be slanted, so I'm gonna select that, edit. So I'm gonna make sure to check the run, and somewhere here, nosing, I don't want default, I want maybe shape profile. No, not this one. It's somewhere right here into the run. In terms of landing, that's same right here. Just uncheck this, slanted, click apply, and then OK, and it will be the same as the others. And then now what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna flip it on the other side, as we have it right there now. And let's go to 3D. Usually I place 1 cm on this, but for some reason it's not getting attached. So another solution, if you have the same issue, is to create a reference plane. So let's create a reference plane, RP. So reference plane right there. So once you do create a reference plane, you'll be able to attach it, CS, and then flip it on the other side. Once it's right there, if we go to the section, you'll be able to see it and then add it at the same part now. Then copy, and then select all of those. So some detail that you can add to make it really nice. So now it's looking like that. And then if for some reason you want to edit this, change the materials or whatnot, you can also change the size if you want to. So here you can basically edit this one to make it smaller or bigger. So to show it, I could just change this first. So this is 20, I'm gonna put it at 10, and then click finish. And then here I'm going to edit extrusion. This is 40, that one's 10, this will be 25. And then you could just load it again. You can save it if you want. I'm gonna press no because I want my original to be the same, but you could just overwrite existing parameters and you could basically edit it. So things that you can do by yourself, but the default is the one that you have, a big one there. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 11 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to finish up the kitchen, and as you can see, it looks nice. And also, we created the stairs and add the glass support for the stairs as an addition. And you'll be able to download that on the part 1 description. So now we're gonna continue working on this. I believe we're done at least here. I know we haven't done the carport yet and the gate, but we could go to the second floor, and from there we could add in the second floor walls, windows, and all those stuff. So now let's go to level 2 under your floor plan. We could just hide this for now. And as you can see, we have it overlay. It's at the default that you have it all overlay. If you cannot see the one below, you just need to go to underlay and then change this to 1, and then top is level 2, and then looking down. So now we're gonna start off by adding an exterior wall. I'm gonna select this wall because I know this is exterior wall right here, but once I type in CS, that's to create similar, I'll be able to add it instantly right here. So I'm gonna type in CS and I'm going to add it. We're gonna start off by adding D1 right here, going across. So we're just gonna copy the one below, going across D2, and then going down right here, just copy it. We need to go back actually. It should be only up to here, going across. So D3. So need to push this one back or front right here. So D3, and then here select that CS again. From D3 going above right here, and let's go to C3, and then going across right here, this will be C5, and then let's just trim this off because I overlapped that. CS again, going across. So this is basically the same layout right here, and then the one below right here. So basically just copying the perimeter, and then here we could just simply add and then close it off. I know it's not really good. It's basically you cannot follow along because everything is overlapping. You see everything below, but we actually need that so that we'll be able to add everything instantly. I'm gonna select this wall. I know this is an interior wall, CS on that, and then we're just going to add this wall right here. We're gonna go all the way down from D2 all the way to E2, and then E3, and then closing it off. So those are one of the washroom, and then we're gonna select this CS again, and then we're going to add a washroom right here as well, and also enclosing the stairs right here. And then I'm just going to grab this one, this door, CS on this. I want to grab it now so that we can turn this off. So at least you'll be able to visualize what I'm trying to do. It's hard to have everything turned on. So as you can see, we have a wall right here. This is the interior, and then I close this off. We could add the door right here on this side, and then we could extend this now all the way right here. That's the corridor, and then select this one as well, CS, and then here we just need to add a wall in between right here, and then after you create the wall right there, we'll be able to add, so CS on this, and then add it in the middle. The reason that I'm doing that is so that we could expand this and add a door, two doors right here. So before I give you the dimension there, CS on this, I'm gonna add the door first. I want to make sure that this one fits. That's why I wanted to add it. But I just noticed I want to do some changes in this wall doors. 650 is for the washroom, but here I want at least 700 by 2000 on the others. So now I'm gonna give you this dimension. This is I'm gonna make it 2700. So we have enough space for the door and all those stuff. And then this one is 650 by 2000 and this one is 700 by 2000. So, and here what we could do is change this because this is the masters. So we could make it at 800. So a little bit bigger. Most of the time the standard is around 900, but you can always lower it down depending on the on your location's building code. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna turn the underlay again on. So I'm gonna put it to level 1 because I just want to grab all of this. So CS on this, I'm gonna grab it. I'm gonna place it right here so that it's easy for me to just add. I think that's the only thing that I need to add from there. And then I'm going to put this one to none again. All of this section, I could just hide it for now. We don't need it yet again. So hide element. And then here, we're gonna add in a washroom with 2 vanities. With 2 sink on the vanity. And then we're going to add obviously the shower. So let's go to insert and then load family and then go back here. And then here what we could do is we could choose to go to plumbing, architecture, fixtures, and then we have a shower right here, and then just load this one, CM, and then we could just load this and then extend it. Before we extend this, what we could do is check the dimension. This is 1250, so we need to change 1250, maybe this one or the other one. So right here 1250, that's good enough. We need to move this one and move this one, so I'm happy with this. And then right here CS, this one is different, so we need to duplicate this to change the dimension. This is 1422, edit, duplicate, 1422. And to add more detail, let's go to annotation, detailed line, and then here we're going to use thin lines. And there we go. That looks good. Let's just center this a little bit and then give it some space. Okay, so I'm good with this. After, let's create our closet. So to do that, we could just, for this one, we could just expand this. I'm gonna use the same wall. So just expand this wall right here. and then here CS on this, and then expand it, and then this one is around 775 from the midpoint of the walls. So that's good enough. And obviously we need to add in some detailed line. So I'm gonna go and add demolish line because that's the only one that I have that is a dash line. So add 2 on those. That will represent the rod. And then after this, let's load the door. So load family, go back to the main, and then click on door, residential, and then we have a sliding door right here, sliding 2-panel wood. Click open. I usually load everything because I don't know if we need the smaller one or a big one. So click 1, scroll down, hold on shift, click the bottom, press OK, and then CM. Actually, this is a door family, so it's a system family. So we can use CM. It will give us a different one. So here we could just search for the appropriate size for us, maybe 500 or maybe 1700 by 2000 is perfect size. And there we go. And then after that, let's add in the beds. So go to insert, load family, go back here, and then go to furniture, and then beds. I use this one, click open, CM, change this to queen first before adding, space bar couple of times to change the orientation, and then we could add it right here and then right here as well. And then obviously we're not yet done. Let's load in, or I'm gonna check the underlay. Maybe we already have that table, side table. So go to underlay, change this to level 1, and yes, we have the nightstand right here. CS on that, and then just add it first right here, and then just remove this one afterwards. Press escape first, go to underlay, none, and then just continue adding this. We're going to add also a table lamp to make it nicer. There we go. Just align this, AL, align it right there. After that, load family again, go back. Let's go to lighting, architecture, internal, and then we have some table lamp. And let's use this one, CM. And here we're going to add this one for now. And then I'm just going to create a section and double click on that. What I'm gonna do is I'm going to align it on the top of this. So now that we aligned it, once we go back to level 2, if we select that CS again, we'll be able to place it in the same height as well. so it really maintains the parameter of the one that we copied from. So make sure to use CS all the time when you're placing multiple objects at the same kind, so that you don't need to edit any of the elevation from levels. Also, I remember that we need to pull the stairs window up. So here I'm just going to pull it up a little bit like this. And then the arrow is just indicating that there's a curtain wall right there. So just click on cut, select the window, and then the curtain wall. And then as you can see, we have that one right there. And then after that, what we could do is we could place the floor. So here I'm just going to delete this for now. I'm also going to unhide all of this because we don't need it anymore. And I just remember to, I rather delete it than to hide it. And then let's go to architecture, click on floor. This will be floor number 8. Maintain the 200 thickness, and then we're going to change it to a wood material. But because the floor and the ceiling will be the same, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put it at gypsum wallboard, and then I'm going to place a paint material on top of it. But before we do that, I'm gonna select the pick line all around the perimeter except for the stairs. So here we're going to go around here and then trim and extend. So what I'm gonna do is trim and extend here, TR right here as well. I'm going to pick a line again right here, TR, and then we might even go around here. I believe we need to go right here, TR on this, and then click on finish. Here we need to fix this part, and then click on finish. Okay, let's look at it in 3D and see how it looks. So that's looking fine. So now what I'm gonna do to change the material right here is to click on paint, and then here we're going to set a wood material, plywood sheeting. I haven't used that yet, so I'm gonna use that. So now at least we have, for the ceiling it's white, and then here at the top it's the wood material. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna find all of this ones that has this right here, and then select attach on base, so it will remove it. So it's basically adjusting it so that it doesn't show. So now it looks good, nothing is like that anymore. You could just click on save, and we're gonna continue on the next video. So thank you for watching and hope you like the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 12 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add in the walls, furniture, and floor for the second floor. Now we're gonna continue working on this. I'm just going to select the stairs again. The reason for that is I noticed it's too thin, so I'm just gonna make it thicker. So here I'm just going to select here and then change the thread thickness to around 200 is good enough. Press OK and then OK again. And as you can see, it's too much. Maybe just 100 is good enough. And I think that's good enough for 100. Now what I want to do is add the roof and then add all of the curtain wall as well. So now let's go to second floor, and then after that press escape, and then let's go to architecture and then click on roof, and then we have roof number 1. We could use that as well, and then select pick line, and then before we pick any lines we could change this to level 3. Click apply and then start our picking. We're going to pick from the inside, so you want to make sure to pick all the outside or inside the wall perimeter. And then obviously we need to trim and extend. So trim and extend on all corners. You want to make sure that you double check everything. If you miss one, Revit will let you know. So now I believe that's done. So we could click on finish, go back to 3D. We need to fix some stuff. So here we're going to select. So just hover your mouse cursor onto one of the exterior wall from the second floor and then click on tab. After that, it will highlight everything, and then you will need to select again in your mouse, and then we need to pull it up. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put in top offset of 400, and it will create us our own parapet. So here what I'm gonna do is I'm not gonna select this. I wanna make sure to just trim this out. Probably if I trim this out, this will move. So I'm gonna pull this one there and then CS on this and just add that one. So I want to change it. So here I'm gonna change this to 0, and then I'm going to add one of this one right here and CS and connect this. There we go. So I just want this one without any of that extension there. So that's fine. And then now we could go to our second floor. So in our second floor we need to add in our curtain walls. So I'm gonna CS or just go to architecture, click on wall and choose curtain wall, and let's add curtain wall right here, and we want it to be from the inside, so you could just space bar that. Another trick on doing this is you can set everything already. What I'm trying to do here is I'm gonna set one first and then CS on that, so that it will retain the height that it needs to be retaining. And then here I'm going to make this one a little bit high. I'm just extending this a little bit more, and then AL, align it right here, and then align it from within here. Now if we go to level 2, select that, CS, and then we need to add one right here. It will retain the height that we set that for. So now if we cut geometry, go to modify, cut geometry, select the wall and then the curtain wall, those heights are the same as what we have here. So just a quick way of doing things, so at least you know what to do. I'm going to add somewhere right here. I'm probably going to extend this or just leave it like this. We could just, because we could add in some entertainment system here. So that's why I could extend it a little bit. And then we have something right here as well that we could move this to this. So in order for us to have a bigger space for our entertainment system, right here we could even move this onto this side, and then here we could move it one, and something like that. So it looks good, something different. And then we have more space on this side, and then we could have something like a storage right here on this side. And I like the way this one looks, because we could basically have a nicer wall right here, so we could extend everything up. What we can also do is move this one right here. So there's a lot of things that we could do. As you can see, there's a lot of space here. So we could do it like this, or we could do it the other way around. So it doesn't matter basically. Okay, so now let's go back to 3D and see. I forgot to cut geometry on this one, so let's go modify, cut, click on the wall and then the curtain wall, and then here we could just move this one up a bit, because that's something that we're not gonna do. The reason that I have this one from the bottom is because I'm planning to add balcony on all of them. Probably here just a small one, but that's what I'm planning to do. for this part, I feel like I need to move the bed on this side. The reason for that is because we have the um, laundry right here, so we could extend this one so that we could close this off, or just extend this one, not worrying about the wall that we need to have, because we could still have the wall, so that's not an issue there. So we could just close this off so that we don't need to worry about this part, but at the same time, that's how it looks. Go back to level 2. I'm going to add the floor for this. So here, click on floor. I just want to double check. I think we could use floor number 8. And then we're going to add floors right here. So I'm gonna do it like that. Probably 1200. I'm still thinking on how I'm gonna made it look. So I'm going to just add it something like that. And then add those ones right here as well. Around 1200. That's good enough. And then right here as well. I'm giving some space right here. The reason for that is so that we could connect it from the wall, the railing. Click on finish, don't attach, and then it will just look like something like this. I like it because we could extend the boundary right here. There. Click on finish, don't attach, and then we probably going to edit some of this anyway. There. The next thing we're gonna do is I'm going to my south elevation, and from here I'm going to make some designs. So what I'm gonna do first is for here, I'm gonna make sure that this is like similar in distance and towards with the wall. I'm just changing it a little bit like that. And then now here I'm gonna click on model, in place, and generic model. Press OK, and then press OK here. I'm gonna click on extrusion and then pick a plane, and then I'm gonna choose this plane right here. And with that, we could add in our designs. So right now I'm just gonna create the design that I want to. So I'm going to do this, probably 200 in thickness. So we need to create something like that. 200 right here. And then we could trim and extend. And the issue that I have here by creating the wall is that I cannot edit it instantly. So what I'm planning to do is to just overlap this for now, and the reason for that is I'm gonna delete the floor. I think it's gonna be better, so I'm gonna change this to 600. And for now, I'm going to put this one as something wood material. So I'm gonna choose one of these materials right here, and I'm gonna copy that so that when we go around and create those designs, it will be consistent with others. And then go back here and delete all of this. I think it's easier for us to just create it using this. And as you can see, we can manipulate it instantly instead of creating the other one. And then here, if we go back to south elevation, I'm planning to extend this a little bit because I want to add the railing. So I just want everything to be like that. And then here we could have something as well. So I'm going to edit, pick this extrusion, pick this wall, and then after that we're going to add the same one. And then as you know, we could manipulate this one. So this one is good right there. Go back to south and then select this one and then offset it to 200 so that it's easier for everyone. We don't need to do the dimensions. So once you're done, you can see how it looks, how it attaches there. And then obviously we have something on this side. I believe it's better if we just make this one a little bit short on those and then edit. Then let's just edit this and select that. I think it's easier to just move this one right there and like that, and then make sure 200. You need to select this and then 200 so that that moves and not your model. This one you need to move this one right here and then change it 200 so that moves. We're good with that. And then I'm thinking of adding something at the back as well. What I'm planning to do is create the same thing onto our north elevation. So I believe it's easier for us to just to edit in place and then go to north and then create an extrusion, and then we choose this one and then select that. This will be similar to that with an exemption of this. And then after that, we need to do this 200 to be consistent. As you know, we have a different extrusion here. So I'm just checking how this one looks. Obviously, we're going to extend all of this to conform with our design, but something that looks like that, and we're gonna be consistent with the others. So I'm just looking at this one, and then we just need to delete this. I could just SL and then TR. There we go. And that's how easy it is. It's already extended a little bit. And then I just want to double check what design I should do on this side. Should it be going here? So a C as well, or just the whole thing? If it's the whole thing, I don't want to make it weird, but let's see. I'm gonna push this one a little bit more. I'm gonna give it some space. So go back to north, select this one, and then edit in place. And then pick a plane, which is this wall, and let's do that. Something different. And then 200. And then click finish. And then we could just push this one out if we want to. I think that's good enough. And then different design, different location. And then obviously we need to add our railings. So select architecture and then railing. And then here we have the pipes already, similar to what we did. So might as well use this as well. Before we do that, let's just escape here. I just want to set the distance already. So this one, you could be like that only. So I want to double check. 13. Okay. So just a little bit right here. Just a little bit more right here as well. And then this is too much. Pull it back a little bit. Now we're ready to just add railing. And then here, let's zoom here and just add a railing. We can also add just a glass railing. I think that's much better. I'm just going to discard this. I think that's much better. So I'm gonna use curtain wall instead, and then just add curtain wall right here, similar to that. And then we could just move it somewhere like that. I'm going to set the height so that everything is consistent, and then I could just there we go. And then we could just CS on the others. EL. So something like that. Now we could just CS, add somewhere right here, and then add somewhere here, and then go back something there. And then if we check it out, that looks really good. I'm not gonna do anything else on this. I believe that's good enough. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 13 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add in the roof, and then we added some extrusions like the ones that you're seeing right now, and then we added the railing right here. Now we're gonna continue working on this. What I want to do first is to add the curtain grids so that we know the design that we want on this one. So let's go to south elevation, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create something right here. Go back to architecture, click on curtain grid, and here I just want to do the design. I'm thinking of just putting in something that is in the middle for the curtain grid at the moment, because we have a reference plane. That reference plane is making it hard for us, but I just put it below, and then now we'll be able to get the midpoint of what we have there. So I'm gonna do the 1/3. So 1/3 is 550, 520, and then we're gonna do it in the midpoint as well, and then just get the midpoint of everything. And then we could do it in the 3D so that we can see it much better. So I'm just gonna do it like that, simple enough. And then the one that we need to do is right here, because we need them to create a door as well. So 700 for the door, and then divide them into half on all of them, and then 500 at the top. We need to go to the north and do the same thing, create a door and all of that. So let's do the 500 at the top first, so that we need to be consistent on all, around 700. So I'm gonna put this one to 700, and then after the 700 we need to divide them. I think 800 is good enough, and then here probably 700. I'm gonna put it right here. And then here, I think what will happen is it's too small. So what I'm gonna do is 1/3 of this. I think that's good enough. And then now let's go to 3D to look into it. For this one, for the one that is right here, what we could do is we could just maybe divide them, something like that. Or I think it's better if we just do it in half, something like that. Let's go to 3D, click on mullion, and then choose 50 by 65, and then all grid. Select that right there, also right there, and all of those. So in the position where you're going to put the glass door, you need to remove the one from the bottom, especially right here as well. You need to remove the one in the bottom, and also on this one. And then we need to insert the door. So load family, go to doors, and then we have curtain wall single glass. So click on open, and then the technique here is you will need to select the panel itself. So you need to click on tab, and once you're highlighting the panel that you want to add the door, select that and then drop down and then select the one that we loaded. The orientation, we're gonna change that later on. So click on tab, select that panel, go right here, select that panel. So click on tab. Once it's highlighted, just change it right there. Go back to level 2 in order to change the orientation. So you can flip this one, going outside, flip it on the other side. This one, flip it right there, and we're good. And then this one, flip it going outside. And you want to double check everything is good, and I'm happy with that. What we need to do right now is to add in some design for the gate. Obviously we don't need something right here, but let's go to ground, and then we're going to create SL. So we have something right here to be open, and then right there, that's for the regular single gate, and this will be for the car. So SL again, and we need to select that and give it some space, and this is for the car. I'm going to just move it a little bit there in order for us to add it properly and to design it nicely. Go back to 3D and see how we're going to change this and add more information. I'm going to open some of this and then create a horizontal grid or a horizontal design or extrusion. So what we could do is go to south elevation, select this wall, and then we could create or edit the profile of the wall. Once we're here, I'm going to select this rectangle, and I'll basically create something that looks like this, SL, and then TR. So I just open something like that, and then I'm gonna copy this. I want to copy that multiple times because that's the design that we're going to work on too. So CO, copy it in the corner so that it's consistent. Copy it again, make sure multiple is checked. And then after that, we could just move it in the middle, and then SL, split it right there. TR, trim and extend on all of them. And then once you do, click on finish. And let's look at it at 3. So it will look like that. So now I'm gonna go back to south elevation, and I'm gonna create a case right here. So go back here, go to model in place, generic model, and this will be a metal material. We're gonna pick a plane. We're gonna select this wall right here, and we're gonna extrude it around 50 for now, and then select metal material. I'm gonna choose one of here, and then click apply, OK, And let's select this one right here, and then an offset of probably 25. Let's see how it looks. And we want it from the inside. After that, click on Finish. Go back to 3D, and we're going to extrude it from here. So select that, and then we could give it some, maybe in the middle of this wall. So I'm just estimating it. I'm gonna give it some room right there. And then after that, don't click Finish first. We're gonna go to our east elevation, and then here we cannot see it properly, but we're gonna change the wireframe, and here we're gonna create a horizontal from there. So we're still right here. Click on Extrusion, pick a plane, and we're gonna choose this plane. Let's choose this plane. So that's good enough. And then we're going to create something that looks like this. And then click on Finish. And then we're going to array this. And then pick here, pick last, and then put in around 10. And we're going to add it right there. I believe 10 is not good enough. So what we're gonna do is go back here and change it to around probably 15. Click on Finish. I think that's good enough. And then we're gonna edit this again. Edit Group. And we're going to extrude it from behind first. Click Finish, and then it will follow along. I think that's good enough the way it looks like that. So don't click on Finish yet, because we can go back to South and we want to copy all of this. CO, grab it from the corner and then add it here, and then on others as well. Click on Finish, and we could double check it again to see how it looks, and that looks really nice. It gave some characters to our building or our house. And then we're gonna do that on this one as well. So go back to South, select this, edit in place. And then we're gonna copy the way this one is extruded. So extruded from the wall. Select that. Give it some space from the lower part right there. And then we need to offset this to 25. And then click on Finish. Go back to the ground so that we could see how it looks when we extrude it from the midpoint. And then we could go to probably our west elevation. Right now we're not showing anything, so why not just add it like that? Or I think the best way is to add a section, but we need to click on Finish first. We need to add a section so that we can see it properly. We can double click here, and then here we could attach it. nicely. So now what we could do is select here, edit in place. So select just the one that we extruded, extrude, pick a plane, and then we're gonna choose this plane, create something like this, select that, and then we're gonna click on finish. Before we do the array, we need to see it first and how it looks. Best thing as well is for us to have everything aligned. So I just want everything to be aligned so that everything is consistent. And then this is 15, maybe we could just do 15 as well. So that will take effect once we're going to our section again. Select that, array on that, say 15, and then click on last, grab it from here and then from the bottom, and then click on finish to see how it looks, if everything lines up properly. And here, because this is different, what we need to do is change this for sure. We need the spacing to be different, so we're gonna go back to section, edit in place, select one of this to change this to probably 25, so at least double that span, and see how it looks. So for some reason that looks good, so 25 it is. And then we're going to create the one for the gate. So let's go to our south again. Let's create the casing first and then the everything else. So edit that and then create an extrusion, pick a plane, remember to choose this, and then create a case and then give it some space at the top there, move it a little bit, and then here offset to 25, space bar to go from the inside to the outside or outside to inside, and then after that click on finish, go to 3D or go to ground in order for us to see where it is extruded, and then click on finish. We're clicking on finish so that we can move our section right here. So now we could double click here. This is the section 1. We could now select this gate again, edit in place so that is similar, create extrusion, pick a plane, choose this one, and then create your, and then go to south. From the south we could extrude it first before we array it. And then AL to create the same thickness. And then now let's go to our section, select that, click on the array, put in 25, last, select that, and then put it right about here. And then so for some reason and then click on finish, press OK, the nested part, and then it will create itself, and then that looks good. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 14 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to add more design. As you can see, we have our gates already created. Now we're gonna continue working on this. In this video, I want to finish off the site. So basically all the sidewalks and all the grass around our house and also the street. So we're gonna work on that, and also I want to add in all the finishes right here. So as you can see, this is all bare at the moment. What I want to do is to add those ones as well. So what I want to do now is to add the material for this. So what I want to do is to click on paint. So once we click on paint, we will be able to add a material. So I'm going to type in metal panel. So if we don't have metal, I'm gonna look for a metal that is something that we could just add here. What I'm seeing is I want to choose this one, metal deck. I think I haven't used it yet, or stainless steel polish, something that we haven't used yet. So I'm gonna choose this instead, and then that's what I'm planning to add all throughout this building. So here I'm gonna add that finish right here, and then I want a wood finish right here. So I'm gonna leave it like that and go and add all of this all throughout. And we're basically adding everything right like that. There we go, adding everything in our way, and we're gonna make this one wood material. At the same time, I want a wood material on this part, so we're gonna keep this one wood, and then here that part, if this is wood, I want this one to be just regular, the same one that we're using here. There we go. So if you miss something, we could just go there, use your tab in order to cycle through, and we'll be able to add something like that. And then here we could go and click on something that we haven't added yet. Maybe ash. We haven't added ash yet, so that will be the metal, the wood material that we can use for this one. And then obviously we will need another metal because this is the extruded part. I want the wood to be only in the inside. So what we can do is we could go to metal again, and then we're gonna choose something, but this is an extruded part. So if it's an extruded part, you will need to select the edit in place, and you will need to do the paint right here. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pick a metal again that we haven't used, and we're going to select that. So here, click on metal, and we're basically adding all of that right there, and then right here. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna change the one down there to a different metal. So here I'm just adding all of this on the outside, and then metal or wood material only from the inside. And then don't forget the one below, and then the one below right here as well. And then here I'm just going to wing it. I'm going to try to cycle around and then make sure that that's good. And then now another material for the ground right here. So I want it to be something, maybe concrete, so mason unit. And then I'm going to just choose that for everything right here. So this is just to differentiate different kinds of materials in your model. And after that, you can then click on finish, and we have something that looks like that, and that looks good. I like the way it looks, and I'm happy with what we've done here. Next thing we're gonna do is let's finish up and adding all the rest of the floor. So let's go to ground. I know this is grass, so I'm going to CS on this, and then we'll want to make sure that this is grass again. So so that's good. So level 3 is grass, and then what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna go around like that, and then go around here as well. And then we could create something like this here, and then we could just trim and extend. TR. And then here we could just click on this part right here, TR on this, delete, and then TR on this, and then TR on this part, so that is all over right there. Maybe align it on here to make sure this is all aligned. Now we could just extend it whatever we want. We could just extend and then don't attach. So now we have our grass around, and then obviously we're going to add our, and actually we forgot the grass on the other side, so we could just edit and add it. What we're gonna do is add our sidewalk right here. So what we're gonna do is we're going to create another floor, and then we could just add a sidewalk. So edit, duplicate, this will be floor number 9, and then let's change this to concrete. Let's choose a concrete material that we haven't used, and then just place it into our site. We could just do this right here, And then because we need some separation, we could just add something that looks like that. And then here as well. I'm gonna pull this one all the way right here. We're going to edit that part there so that everything is good. I'm going to give it some space. Somewhere like here. And then we could just fill a arc here around 2100. 2100 as well. Click on finish, and then let's look at it at 3D and how it looks. Now we're gonna offset this to probably 100. Let's see how it looks. That's too much actually, so maybe -50 only, just to offset it a little bit. It's actually doesn't look good because this one is going down too much. So why not let's just leave it like that, and instead let's do the flooring for the street. Also, I'm gonna edit this, and I'm going to add something like this right here, and then delete this, and then trim this one, PR, and then pull it all the way right here. And then let's edit this. We could just push this one right here, and then on this side, and then add another one right here for the grass portion on this side. We can even make it bigger or smaller depending on what we want. Don't attach again, and then let's create the floor. Edit, duplicate 10, and then change it to a different concrete material. So concrete, and then pull this one up, apply, okay, and then okay. And then here we could just simply add it on this the way it is, and then grab this pick line and then pick this lines right here, and then we could just SL here and then TR on this part. So we could just grab it on there. We don't want it to be overlapping, so we're gonna put it like that. And then let's trim this off. Trim this off right here and right about here. Click on finish, and then let's look where the issue is. Continue with that. DR, trimmed here, and then trim it right here. Let's look at it, and then go right here, and then this is where we could just put -100, and then it will lower it down, and then at least it's something that looks like that. And then what we could do is just select this wall right here, pull it down, so negative base offset, -100. So that's good now. We could just add in something right here so that it flows perfectly. So what I'm gonna do is going to go to the ground. We could double click on this section, and then this is the, and then we have something right here. So from the floor to another floor, we could create an edit from here, so CS, or we just need to know which is the finish. So I'm gonna copy this finish, and then I'm gonna use a model in place in order for me to make this one nicer. And then pick a plane. I'm gonna choose this wall as my plane, and then after that I'm gonna make this one curve, and then here we could just move this one like that, and then fix all of this, and then we're gonna extrude it, and then make sure to add the material right there. Click on finish, go to 3D, and then just expand it. There we go. That's good enough. At least we have that slope right there, and it looks good enough. And then after that, what I want to do is to add a model text. Here I'm gonna create or add a model text. Let's go to our south elevation. I'm gonna add the number there. Model text, pick a plane. I'm gonna select this plane, and then I'm gonna choose probably 155. Select it right there. After that, we could just edit this. The depth, we could put 25 if we want to. The text height is around probably 200. So make it small enough in order to add it on this spot. Believe that's good enough. And then the materials, of course, metal. We're gonna put, so just add a metal finish. That's already there, so different one. And then let's look at it at 3D, and that's about it. So we're gonna finish for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 15 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to start adding all the site plan. Like we added the curb, and then we added the floor for the streets. Now we're gonna continue working on this. So what I want to do is to remove this one from here, just for this one, because I want to design this one a little bit different. So I'm just going to end this extrusion, delete this, and then click finish. Actually, I'm just gonna delete this and then click finish. So now that's deleted. I want to change this to a curve. So let's go to level 1 and then TR, or actually select this wall and then CS. We can get this fillet arc right here, something like that. Let us make this one consistent, so 600 for the radius, and then this one as well, make it 600 for the radius. Of course, we're gonna make this one change, so we need to delete this first so that everything follows. So now we have this look right here, and then of course we need to edit the boundary for the ground. We could pick this one and then trim and extend. And then we're gonna do that on the second floor as well. So here we still have that boundary there that we need to remove. I think this is the one that is troubling us. Of course, we need to edit this one a little bit, but something like that. And then here, edit this one. It's still not going down, so we need to put this one base constraint to ground. There we go. So that fixes that. And then this one as well, put it to ground, and that fixes that one as well. And then after this, what we can do is we could go to our level 2, and we're gonna do the same thing. So select this wall, CS, and then fillet arc, and then 600 again, and then fillet arc here, 600. And then of course we need to move this one a little bit up like that, and then we need to edit the boundary. Pick this one right here, and then this one right here. Actually, this one is not, we don't need this because this is open area. And then we need to edit the footprint at the rooftop as well. For this one, we need to do both. Trim and extend, TR. And then click finish. And then once we have everything, it's better if we align them properly so that we have that proper alignment all the way to the top. And then we're going to splice this area so that this part is shown properly, because here we don't need to put window anymore, unfortunately, because of the design change. But I'm gonna put the window right here. So what we can do is CS on that, and then I'm going to make this one like this, and then go to modify, cut geometry, and then we need to go to 3D and pull it all the way up. Something right here, edit profile, and then cut geometry again. So now we have this one all the way up. of course, we're gonna put in some design, and then we're going to add the design that we want right here. So for now, I'm going to edit this block as well, because it needs to cover all of this. And then trim and extend. There we go. So now everything is looking good. We need to fix this part, or we should connect them. I think the best way is to move this one a little bit later, just a little bit, so that it showcases the wall properly. And then this wall will need to go out and go up. So what we're gonna do is we're going to create another extrusion just to connect this, and then, or we could just add another one or another wall here for this. So we can do is we could pull this one back, and then add another wall to connect them. So now I decided, let's remove this, and then I'm just going to add a notch here. So we already have this wall right here. I'm gonna create a notch on this part and then put it somewhere right here. We could trim this and then SL, so splice this part right here and then trim and extend here. So now if we notice, we have this notch there, and then of course we need to clean up a bit and then do this on the second floor. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna overlay this by using underlay level 1, and then it's gonna show us this one where we splice it and everything. Okay, so now SL again, TR, trim and extend, and then trim and extend here. So now to put it back, just put it to none so that you don't see that anymore. So now everything is like this. Of course, we're going to make this one change, because I want this to be over up here, and then this part will be changed. So I'm gonna edit the footprint. I'm gonna go here, and then I'm going to create this part right here, and then this one looks much better because we're gonna showcase the open area, openness on this part right here. So SL, TR, right there, click finish. So now we just need to pull this one up. I'm just going to pull this one right here, click finish, and then we could pull this one all the way to the top. And then we're gonna add a wall right here. Don't worry, I'm just going to assume top offset, make it 1300. There we go. And then 1300 right here. And then here as well. Okay, so only on that part, I think that's good enough. And then of course we're going to add wall here, and then this wall will be glassed all the way down, and then of course we need to cover this part, and then that will be the nice thing about that. So as you can see, this one, just leave it up to this height. We're gonna have all glass right here, and then now we need to make this one exterior wall. Go to level 3, and then we're gonna add this wall right here and another wall right here. Align it, and then of course we're gonna change the height there, so don't worry. We need to go to 3D and then align them all together. There we go. And as you can see, everything is looking perfectly. And then the only thing is, it's showing like this right here. So maybe I could push this one up to this wall, L. Hopefully it doesn't make that, but we could just edit this one. Edit footprint. Go right here and just cover the outside. And then of course we just need to cover this part. CS. We're gonna put it of course to level 3, and then we just need to add it right here. There we go. And then of course we need to push it back a bit because we need to pull it this one, something like that, so that it will create a parapet. And then here we're gonna go to ground and then add the glass here. So the window glass, of course we're gonna use curtain wall. And then add it there. Cut geometry, go to modify. And then go to 3D. Just push it all the way to the top. It's not yet the final, but give it a second because we're going to line it up properly. So that glass is all the way, and then we could clean this up now. Edit, go to ground. This is a notch here that we need to add as well. SL, and then TR. And then here we could pull that one and then edit this part now. Then of course we need to pick this part right here and then SL here, splice here. And then see this part, and then we just need to push this one, edit the stairs just a little bit. Of course, in real life we're going to edit this part and then add this nook here as well, and then this curve. At the moment I couldn't edit this part, so maybe the landing here, I could just do this and then maybe trim this part. There we go. Not sure if that edited it, so looks like it did. So this landing should be on the second floor, not in the third. So that's why I got confused on that. I'm gonna go to south. Maybe I could force it to go down. Maybe this one is good enough. A little bit at the top, the middle of this, so that will fix that. So at least it's in the middle. So now everything, it looks good right here. It's connected, and then it's curved at the nook there. So as you can see, we have all of this added. So we're just going to double check it now, and then here we could connect them. Okay, so like now it's all connected. We don't need to worry about this one or extending this part, but we're gonna add a hedges here and then probably here as well, and we go from there. So here I'm just going to pull it up a little, and then that will be the look of our model. Here in terms of paint, I would like to remove this and just make this one white. I think it's going to be better if it's all white, and then we're going to just add in some lights and then some characters here. So for now, I'm gonna reverse the paint that we added here, and then we go from here. There we go. So now everything is looking good with white, and then we might fix something in the next video. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 16 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to change the extrusion on this window right here. We just added more design. So right now we're gonna continue working on this. So I'm going to fix this part right here, because I want to extend this landing right here to here. So I'm gonna create an extrusion so that we have an awning here. So now what I'm gonna do is, so because this is a model in place, it's easy for us to align it, and we don't need to edit this one anymore. So as you can see, we're gonna leave this part right here. We could just give it some boost right here, and then I'm going to align it onto this wall. There we go. And then here, only up to this part right here. And then we could just create another extrusion. So we could edit this in place. We're going to add this part right here. And then go to our south elevation. And then here we need to change this to hidden, or we could put some color in it so that we could differentiate. And then create extrusion, pickup plane, this wall right here, and then here we just need to go from here, and then go to 3D, and as you can see, we could now align it to the back of this and then connect them. And as you can see, that looks good right there. We could put in gulam, but actually we could put in concrete, because we're gonna make this one concrete, or just white. So either way, I'm just going to set this up so that we could have this one right there. And then we're going to I'll probably leave this one as wood, and then this one will be white as well, so that it goes all the way right here. And then we're gonna add in some lights here, pot lights for the next video, pot lights as well right here. So now we're gonna do the same thing here. So I'm gonna align it at the top, and then here from the wall, and then here from the wall as well, and then here from the wall. And then we could just extend this one right here, and then yeah, let's leave this one a bit. Go to our second floor. so that we could extend this part right here. So just move this one and then move it like that. And then here we could move this one as well and then extend this part right here so that everything is connected properly, especially in the front because it will be seen. Here we could just pull it back nicely like that, and then we need to assess where we at here, and then we could just align this one to the same. So click your tab, and then here we could maximize that and then maximize the top here, and then we could just select this one right here. I don't like how small this one is, so I'm just going to delete this part right here, and then we could make this one or this side to be in the middle. Yeah, rather put this one 700, and then we could add in the mullion, and then remove this, and then select this one right here to the door. And you want to make sure select this door again, edit the type, and you want to make sure that you don't have the offset here, so 0, so everything is flush all together with the other panels and not over it. So you want to make sure like that, and then you go to level 2 to change the orientation. Okay, so we fixed that. We need to fix this one as well, as you can see. So I'm going to edit this boundary right here, and we just want it to align. Maybe it's going to align properly right there. I'm gonna edit it and then go to level 2. We could do is we could go over here and align them all together, and then click finish, and then see it how good and flat there is, aligned all together as well. We could add in pot lights here for this part right here, even though it's just for grass and those kind of purpose. We could edit this part and then put this one as grass. And then we could put 3D glass here once we're in Twinmotion. And then here I want to change the number here to 42. And then here I notice that we could edit this part right here. Actually, we just need to go to south elevation and then select this one, and then we could just pull this one down. Let's pull this one as well down. I think that's good enough. We don't need to worry about that too much. As you can see, that's looking good right there. And I just want to actually make this one simple enough. I know it's too much, but Maybe later, let me think about that. But for now, just leave it like that. And then here, let's add in a mullion as well. All grid, so all the way right there. Make this one all the way to ground so that there's no gap, and like that. So this one is fixed in terms of size, 2 enough, and then we're good with this. We have the door here. And then I just want to double check, because we're still gonna make this one white, and then this part right here, I think I put in some brick. Might as well change it as well, so that once we change this part, I'm gonna paint it. So in place mask, you need to go to the edit part so that you can paint it. I'm just trying to choose something that we haven't choose yet. Maybe this one, so that it changes, and then click it done. I would like to make this one black, this part right here. I know it's not gonna be seen, especially once we have this look right here, but it's good to know that this part is black, and it will trickle down here. So what we need to do is to split face this one. So I'm gonna split face, and then see here we have a line there, and then we could have this line right here as well. And then we're just going to trim and extend here, and then here we could just move this one to the edge, and then here you need to go all the way. This yellow line right here, you need to touch that, and then here at the bottom you need to touch that as well, so that you'll be able to assign a different finish here and a different finish here. So click finish. So now once we assign a black layer here, it's not gonna affect here. And then on this part we have this edge right here, and then we just have one straight line here as well. So we're going to split face that part, and then create this line right here. You need to touch the yellow line like that. So now if we paint, because this is just a wall, let's paint it metal furring, and then here, and as you can see, it's not showing the same finish here because of the split face. And then here, there, and then on this wall, I'm not sure if this one is connected, but there you go. So the edges are black, and then we're gonna put in some lights later on here to make it look nice. So next thing that I'm gonna do is to edit this one. So as you can see, it's just plain. I want it to look nicer, so I'm going to edit the boundary. Actually, not edit the boundary, but I want to make this one smaller, so at least 100. Okay, so now it's 100. And then what I'm gonna do is click model in place and then generic model. And then I'm gonna choose to sweep, pick path, and then I'm going to pick all of this right here and then click finish. And what you want to do is edit profile, and then here we're going to change this one to a concrete material that we haven't used. So we're gonna use this one right here and look for this crosser, and here we're just going to add some details in this one right here. I'm gonna give you guys the dimensions once I figure this out, once I finish this. So now right here at the top it should be around 50, and then here make it 5. Here is the height of it, but 5 only for the thickness, and then here 5 thickness, and then this will be 50. And then TR, trim and extend, and then trim and extend, and then delete the small ones. So we have this part right here that we need to delete as well. And then after that, fillet arc here, and then we need to set this one at 4, and then here as well. Let's set this one at 4. And then after that, what we can do is copy this, finish. I'm going to edit again, edit profile, and then I'm going to copy this. Control C, and then click finish, and then finish again. So now we have this detail right here that is looking much better. We have that smoothen out. And then before we click finish again, we need to do it on this side. So we're going to click on sweep again, pick path, select this path right here, and click finish, edit profile, and look for the crosser, and then Control V, and then put it on this part right here. So it looks like we were able to just put it right there and click finish, and then finish. Make sure material is the same, and then finish. So now we have that one right there. So the only thing that we need to do is on this side. So we're gonna do that as well. We're going to create, sweep again, pick path, select this one, click finish, edit profile, look for the crosser, and then Control V. And then here we just need to rotate this, or we need to mirror this. Once it mirror, we could delete this part right now, and then select everything and then move it, MV, move it to the corner right here, and then click finish, finish, and then finish. And there you go. It looks nice. I know it's very subtle, but if you can see it, it will give our model more detail, and it will look nice. Okay, so that's done right there. What we can do again is to click on manage, and then what we can do is go to ground, and I'm just preparing this for the next step. Here we can move this section where the stairs are, and then increase it. And you want to make sure that this part is increased as well, because that's where the view range is. We could put it somewhere right here like that. And then we need to add another one. This is for section purposes. So once we create our sheets, this one will be added as well. And then here, what we need to do is go to 3D and then click on camera, because we need to set our image. So at least we're set with the image. You can rotate the image by holding shift and then just moving it around. And then if you want, you will click into fine, and then you could put in consistent color or shaded, and even realistic. So sometimes realistic looks nice here, so it looks good. And then at least this 3D view, this will be our starting view now. So if you go to manage and then click on starting view and choose this one, every time we open our model, that's the first thing that you're gonna see. So this will be the first thing that you're gonna see, and then that looks nice. At least you will know that, oh, this is the project that I was looking for. And then after that, let's go to 3D. I want to actually have, so this will be white, and then probably white as well, but the bottom here would be the material that we use here. So Gulam 28C, okay? And then here, what I'm gonna set, Gulam 26C, I'm going to edit this part and then paint this one with the Gulam. For some reason it's not showing, so let me paint it. So here it's not showing, so I'm just gonna paint it steel polish first. Why? So that I could set it again later on. So steel polish and then steel polish there. And then here we have those ones right there, and then we could put this one as wood as well, but for now let's settle with steel polish, and then we're gonna work on that later on. So click finish and then finish, and then you can see everything is prepared for our next video. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 17 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add this one on the side street. So in the sidewalk, we added this one, so to add more design or detail. and then we extended this, and then we did fix some of the back balconies as well. So now we're gonna continue working on this. So what I want to do in this video is to add all the lights that we're planning to add. So first, go to part 1 description, and there will be a second link there. So the first link is for the regular Revit provided default models, and then the second link is for my models that are extra. I'm gonna use this one, so I'm gonna download this square base. So once you have this one, just download it, and then go to your downloads folder, and then here in your downloads folder, you will have Spotlight Face Base Square. The only thing that you need to do here is to drag it. So here I have it again, so just drag it. It will be attached to any face that you have. So here I'm gonna attach it here. Also I'm gonna attach it below here. So first, just attach it to where you want it to be. So we have it here, we have it below here, and then under here. Next, we're going to rotate it and go under here, and then under here, and then under here. Okay, and then we could add in one here, and then we're going to clean it up once we're done adding. So right here, we're done adding it, and then we're going to add strip lights right here on this side of the wall, and then also on this side of the wall, and then around here, so it will look nice. Or maybe we could just put it under here, right here, and then under here. So we're gonna plan that, and then in the stairs right here in front, I want to add lights here as well to make it look nicer. Maybe I'm going to move this one all the way. There we go, to make it look nicer right there. But actually, I think this is good enough. But yeah, it will look nice if we could just move it all the way like that. The only problem is it's probably now connected to here. So actually no, so it looks like I'm gonna stick with this. There we go. And then I'm gonna add lights right here, and then right here to have it some glow there. So now that we're done, go to level 1. It's not showing here, so go to ceiling plan, level 1. I want to add just one in the center line, so I'm just gonna eyeball it, CO, and then I'm going to add every 1000. So CO again, make sure multiple is checked so that we could just keep on typing 1000. There we go. And then here I'm just going to align it on this one, and maybe I could just add it 1000. So it's not gonna show because this is two different ones, but what I'm gonna do is I'm going to create an add an annotation, and then type in 1000, and then from there we could just move this one. So that's the reason why I added all these spotlights on the areas that I have, because not all of them are in the same in place family or in place mask that we added or we created. So now we're going to add 1000 again, and then lastly 1000 here. What we can also do is to add, copy this one, another row right here, and then we could just move this one onto the end. I think doing that would give more like a nicer look into the entrance. So once we have entrance, as you can see, there's a bunch of lights, and then it will look nicer here. So it will be a more grand entrance for this one. And then now we need to fix the ones right here, level 2, and then we just need to eyeball it, something right there, copy, make sure multiple is checked. So once you checked it, it will be checked all the way now. So now here, what we can do now is just move it a little bit right there. So now this is fixed. Let's fix this one right here as well. So just move it in the middle, copy it, CO, and then just type in 1000. Make sure that it's not going to a different angle like this one is. So I'm just gonna do align and see if everything is aligned properly. And then one more. So for some reason here we can only do 3 because of the spacing. So that's fine right there. And here probably 2 only. And then we're just gonna center it. And then that's fine. Go to level 1 and let's go right here at the back. And then here we could just center it a bit and then copy. Here we could do 4 because we don't have restriction there. And then here let's just put 2 right here, similar to what we have at the top. And then here I just need to double check that we could just put this one right here, somewhere here, copy 1000. Then I think that's good enough. I'm happy with that. I'm not sure how far this one goes. I think we could do 2. $1,000 again, and then go to 3D. I think that's fine with me, adding 2 of those. Okay. So now I'm gonna add a strip here. So let's go to our south elevation. So let's zoom in here. So right here, we could just move this one to the top so that it doesn't bother us. And then now what we can do is Go to architecture, click on here, and then model in place, and then generic model for this one. Press OK, and then we need to set it. Pick a plane, and then we're gonna set it to this wall right here. And then here we're gonna form an extrusion, and here we need to put this one at luminance. So this one, you need to select this one, and then let's just add this part right here. It will probably go all the way down, but don't worry, even though we don't see it now, it's easy to change later. So here what we can do is put this one at 10, click finish, and then extrusion is 10 as well. And then what we can do is copy this to the other side. So now once we're in 3D, it's easy for us to pull it down completely, and even this one as well. So now it will light up once we add those. And then here, let's put this one at 10, and then this one at 10 as well. Click apply, and then once we're still here in the edit extrusion, we could now set this one to a different plane. So add another plane, and we could add it onto this metal right here. So once that's selected, we can go 3D, and then we could do a sweep now. So pick path. I'm gonna select this path right here. Click finish, edit profile, and then now we're gonna create this profile right here. So this one needs to be the luminance again. And then we're just going to create maybe 5 by 5. Okay, and then click finish, and then finish. We have that right there. Go to south, and then what we're gonna do is we're just gonna copy it. Click finish, look at it at 3D, make sure everything is properly added there, and then now we have that light there. So it will be nice for us to see once we have like an image set up like this or this will be lit up. And then, like I said earlier, we need to edit this part. So edit in place, and then we need to create something right here. So we need to void sweep, or void extrusion is fine. But before that, we need to select this, edit extrusion. Actually, this one is good. Now we need to just void extrusion. Actually, not void extrusion. Let's just void sweep, so that we can pick the path that we want, and then click finish. And then in terms of the profile, we're gonna set it up like this. So around, let's say 20, and then in that 20, 10 by 10. Actually 10 by 5. I think that's good enough. And then click finish, and then finish. So now we have this one. So we need to do those first, and then we're gonna change the material for the back one right here, and then we're gonna choose luminance, and it will light up once everything is set up in Twinmotion. So again, let's do a void sweep so that we can pick a path. Click finish, edit profile, do the 20, and then 10 by 5 or 5 by 10. And then delete this, click finish, and then finish. And then here as well, void sweep, pick path, select this, click finish, click here, edit profile, do the profile, 20 here, and then 10 here, and then 5 here. Click finish, and then finish. You can click cut geometry so that it will show, and then before we click finish, we could paint it now. So luminance, so once luminance is there, we're gonna select the ones at the back. There we go. There we go. So that one is selected. Now this part now. Once it's changed, that means it's successfully selected. So now we could click finish, and there you go. At least once we have that, once we go to Twinmotion, everything will be selected there properly. And then here, edit in place, we have rubble. I'm just gonna copy that so that we could select an area here for me to do an extrusion. We could do 25. And then trim and extend. And then here we could put in the rubble. And then we could just select this, move this one like that. Put it right here and put it until the edge. Click finish. And then actually, I'm just gonna edit the extrusion. I'm gonna copy the same thing onto this side. Move it to the corner. And then here it's just simple like that. And then here, copy this. And then do it at the edge. Click finish. Make sure everything is in proper height. Something like this. And then we can put in the grass as well. So we could go to ground again, create an extrusion. And then make sure this is grass. Click finish and pull it up to the proper height. Something like that. And then click finish. So now we have those. That is looking good. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 18 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add all the lights. So as you can see, we added lights right here, around here, and then from the bottom here, from the awning. So now we're gonna continue working on this. So now that we have the 3D view, before I'm gonna show you guys how to add in the sheets. So before that, let's go on to level 1. And as you can see, the tags here, the room tags, are not yet added. So what you need to do is go to architecture, and then we have rooms here. But before that, we have room separator, because how this works is it needs to be closed off in order for you to just add in the room. But because this is an open area, as you can see, you can only add one room here. So to do that, we use room separator. So click here, it will just show you a line, and then from there you can close this off. And then once we do the room again, as you can see, it's only confined to this area. So we need to do this room separator here, and then in the kitchen, so you need to select or to close it off from a wall. So this is a wall, and then here we're going to add in the living area, and then this will be our entrance, and then the stairs, so our corridor. Let's check in level 2 so that we don't need to do this anymore. We could just do it at one time. So from here, everything is roomed, so we don't need to worry about room separating. So now we could just click on the rooms. So click here, here, and here. And then we even have this for the laundry. Go to level 2. Add all of those. And even the washrooms. And then here, we can add in backyard right here. At least this is closed off. And then we could We could put in carport here if you want to, but to be honest, we don't need to here on this part. So it's just too much already. So now we just need to name them. I'm using all caps, so what I'm gonna do is this will be dining, this will be kitchen, laundry, backyard. So depending on your scale is the scale of the room tag as well. So as you can see, 1:100, this is the scale that we have. If we in case make it bigger, this will be going to be smaller. So here we have living, and then corridor, and then we forgot to add this part right here, powder room. Just gonna add this one, PW, and then go to level 2. This will be our masters, our ensuite, washroom 1. This will be our corridor 2, and then we have bedroom 1 and bedroom 2. So that's good right there. So we have all them named already. So let's go down here and create our sheets. So here, right click, new sheet. A0 metric is already loaded. If you need a different one, just go here at title blocks, and we have different sizes. So I'm just gonna use A0 metric already. It's already here. And then here, you put it ArchCore design. The project name is house. And then you can even put in the name. This is cover sheet. Okay. And then after that, let's add in different ones. So add in another one. So let's add in maybe 6 at the moment. And then once we add all the sheets, we can name them all at once. So you can even change the name right here. Once you double click here, we could change this one as first floor. And then you can also go to each sheet and then change it, similar to what we did in the cover sheet. So this will be second floor, and then we will have sections here, and then we can also get elevation, and then another elevation here. So in the cover sheet, earlier in an earlier video, we created the 3D view. So if you can't remember how you do it, I did it. So you could go to our ground floor and then create this camera view right here, and then it will create another one. So for example, I want it on this side. You can create that, and then you just need to make this one nicer again, and then change this to fine, and then this is to realistic, and then there you go, you have another one. but I'm gonna use this 3D view number 1, and then go to view and then click on render. So we're gonna render this, and then we're just gonna render it as draft, because if you go to medium until custom, it will vary depending on the resolution that you're gonna use. So it will take a while for customs or best if you choose that. So for me, I'm just gonna use draft, and then I'm just gonna leave it everything default, and then just click on render. So it will just be a couple of seconds, and once it's done, we'll be able to have our rendering view right here, and then we'll be able to just drag and drop there. As you can see, it's actually faster. And then after this, what you can do is you can adjust exposure right here. So for example, this is too bright, you want it to be darker, so you could adjust all of this depending on what you want. And then once you're done, you can click apply, and then if you don't like it, you can reset it and then press OK. You can export it as well to different file types like JPEG and PNG, but for me, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna save it to the project, so it will have a rendering section right here, and then I'm just gonna name it render 1 and then press OK. So now we have under sections now our rendering folder. So we could close this. Let's go to our cover sheet and then just drag and drop here. So as you can see, it's right there. And the difference between dragging and dropping 3D view and then the rendering is that in rendering, you'll be able to make it enlarge. And as you can see, it's really sizable. But for 3D view, this is it. If you make it large, it doesn't follow along. So you're limited to the 3D view and then the size of the 3D view. So that's why it's better to render it, and then you can enlarge this one, as you can see. After that, let's go to our schedule, right click on that, and then new sheet list. We're going to add sheet number first, add parameter, and then sheet name afterwards. Just in sample, if you made a mistake, you can always delete that by removing the parameter. So once everything is done, press OK. You will have a sheet list right here that you'll be able to bring to the cover list. And then as you can see, it's not that nice yet, so we could edit this. So double click right here and then edit the appearance. So here I don't want any black row before data. I can always change so the title to a bigger one, and then the header would be 6, and then the body will be 4. And then here I'm gonna put in drawing list. And then now, once we're in the cover sheet, as you can see, it looks much better. So we could enlarge this. And the good thing about this one is it's automatic already. So if we add another sheet here, it will create it, or if we delete one, it will delete as well here. So you don't need to worry about it. Just leave it like that and it will manage itself. So now let's go to first floor, and here we just need to drag and drop. The reason I just drag and drop is I want to see how it looks. So at the moment, 1:100, it's too small. So I'm gonna undo that and then go to level 1 so that we could change it to 1:50. And then once we're in our sheet again, drag it again to see how it looks. So I think 1:50 is the best thing. And if you notice, because we changed the scale to a smaller one, this one became smaller as well. So the ones that I was telling you about the room tags, it became smaller as well. So now we don't need the surrounding here. So to do this, we need to go to level 1 and then check all of this. So once you check all of this, you'll be able to see this and grab this and size it to the or crop this to what you're needed to. So I'm just gonna grab it from here, and as you can see, you have more control. You can even go all the way here, and you won't cut the grid bubbles. It will just follow along, as you can see. So those are the ones that will be there even if you need to crop stuff like this. So now if we go back here, we have something like this that is more manageable, and then the size and scale is much better. What I usually do in our company is we added border. So I'm gonna use thin line, and then here I'm gonna put 10 and then 10, and then add this border right here, and then I'm gonna delete those extra lines right there. And then the title, I'm just gonna grab it. But if you notice, the name here doesn't reflect the name here, but I don't want to change this. So to do that, click on the view, and we could change the title only for here. So I'm gonna put first floor as well. Click it here and then click apply. It will change here, but it won't change the name on the floor plan. So I'm gonna click the view again so that I could grab the title line and then clean it up. So now I'm gonna click on tab, select this one, and then copy, so that I don't need to do the border lines again. Once I'm in second floor, I could just paste it and align to current view. So it will have that one. But before I put level 2, I'm gonna change the scale already, because I already know that 1:50 is the best scale. I'm gonna click all of this so that I could crop it to a better size that I need to. I think that's good. And then what I am gonna do is I'm gonna put in second floor here, because I already know that it will say level 2 on that. So now once I go to second floor and drag level 2, it will be there. I just need to move this one down and then select view again so that I could grab this title line, and then there you go. Everything looks good and looks professional. So after we have cover sheet, second floor, first floor and second floor, now let's focus on section. So as you notice, the information is not yet here, but once we add those sections to the section sheet, it will add all those information. So now let's go to section. I'm going to go to modify and add the border line again, because we still have it. For now, I'm just going to leave it like this, and then go to section, and then add the section 1. As you can see, it's too dull and it's too small. So now let's go to section and change it to this scale, 1:50. It's good if we put it to fine and then shaded. I want to see everything. So even here, I want everything that is added here, even the front. So at least everything is covered, even the pool and the backyard. Let's go to section 2 and change this one as well. Same settings that I did here, and then we need to make it a little bit bigger, and then I want the shadow so that we can see the depth. Okay, so now let's go to section, and then here we just need to drag and drop, fix this one, we have the section already, select here, and then we could just click tab, CO, and then add the same line right here, and then go to section to add this one. Add the title, and then grab this one to fix it. So now, as you can see, it looks much better. Everything is there, all the information, and if you notice, there is information now on those sections that we added. So if we check here, even here, all those information are already added. So because this is BIM, everything is automatic. So if you change this, the sheet where this is located, it will automatically change right here. So you don't need to worry. So now what I want to do is copy both of these lines, so because I'm gonna use that for my elevation. So I'm gonna copy to clipboard only the lines and go to elevation. I'm just gonna try one, and I already know that it needs to be 1:50 and change the information as well. So go to east, put it to 1:50. What we need to do is we need to change this so that we're only focusing on this part right here. Okay, and then change this to hidden line, fine, and then this one change graphic display to background gradient, apply OK, and then here fine, and then this one I want it to be realistic. Okay, so we need to change that on all of this before adding it so that we don't need to worry about it. So change this 1:50, make this to fine, make sure it's realistic, and then the graphics display background is gradient, and there you go. And then now we go to south elevation, 1:50. This one is crop properly, make it to fine, and then realistic, and then go back here and change the background to gradient. There you go. And then lastly, west elevation, 1:50, fine, realistic, go back so that you can change the background, the gradient, apply OK, and then here we just need to select all of this so that we could crop it properly, crop the annotation as well, and those kind of stuff. So now the last thing that we need to do is to add them on the elevation, but we need to paste the lines that we created for our section, and then we just need to drag and drop. I know this one is bigger, so we just need to make this one big, and then let's delete this. Let's add in a proper one. And then copy the lines, CO, and then here let's put in north. Add this one right here, and then clean up the line, and then let's copy both of this line, copy to clipboard, and then go to the other elevation, paste it, current view, and then drop south and west. For here, we could just adjust it from here. Click right here, click view so that you could grab the line, and then here move this one, select the view, and then grab this and press escape. So now we could add in another drawing. So new sheet, A0 metric. We're just gonna do probably 2 callouts. So I just want to show you how to create callouts. You can do the callouts for even wall details, and now we're just gonna do a regular callout for plan details. So now go to first floor. So something that is usually detailed here is the let's go here, let's go to view, is right here, rectangle, and then as you can see, it will create the call out. Information is not yet here because we haven't added it to a sheet, which is we just created. Let's put call out. You can even put details. So now let's go back to first floor, and then here we could double tap here so that we could go to the proper location, and then find it to referring view, or just add this one right here. So go to call out, kitchen, because we need to name this one kitchen detail. And then if we go to, so I'm just gonna close some of this one that we don't need, and then just drag this one, and then I'm going to add in this one right here. To make it look nice. And then let's go to level 2 and then add one more call out. Let's do the masters and the ensuite. So we put details, and then let's add it right here. As you can see, copy this one to make it look nice, and we could just adjust it. And then as you can see, every information that we have now is here. And then if we even go to level 1, those information will be added, so you don't need to worry about it. So now that we finished all the sheets, let's save it first, and then we could do a full set print. So what I usually do is create those preset already. So make sure your selected views and then click on combine. After that, you select your printer, and then I just leave it as default for now. Select here, uncheck this one, and then here check all, because all of them are we need it for a full set. I even save this one and put in full set, so that every time that I need a full set, I just need to select this one and then it will have. And of course, you can create multiple preset views that you need, because most of the time when you're working on a company, it's not just this sheet, it's multiple, even hundreds. So when you have those hundreds drawing, sometimes, for example, if you have a tender or permit or addendums, those addendums, you don't need to, only the changes that happened is the one that you need to check. Only the ones with revision clouds are the ones that are needed. So most of the time you create all of those. So for example, if this is not needed for this one, so for example, save as, this will be addendum 1. So now this is addendum, and we have full set, which is all checked. And then now you just need to press OK, and then OK, and then wait for it to be printed out. It's just 7 sheets, so it's usually fast. And then let's save this one to the desktop, and then let's look into it. So right here we have cover sheet, we have first floor, second floor, and it's really nice to have the border. It makes it look more professional. We have this one with turn on shadows so that we can see the depth. We have elevation 1 to east, west, south, and north. And then we even have call out. So thank you for watching, and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 19 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to finish adding all the sheets that we need. And as you can see, we have all of this. And then now we're ready to go to Twinmotion. So before that, let's go to 3D. And you want to make sure that you're in Find, and then save it, and then go to your DataSmith plugin. You could get this one in Twinmotion website, and then just export the DataSmith file and save it to the location. So I'm just gonna leave this name like this and then save it. And then after that, open up Twinmotion. So I'm just gonna minimize this and then open up Twinmotion, close this one, remove this, and then go to import and then load the Revit or the datasmith file. Import it now and then wait for it to finish up. So once that's done, as you can see, this is the look that we have. You want to make sure that you're sign in to your account so that you'll be able to use all of this, and then save it to the location that you want. So I'm gonna use it to save it here. And then now we're ready to work on this. What I want to do first is go to material, glass, and I would like to have the two-sided glass. I want the standard and then the tint, and then with the opacity something around 85 is good. And then after that, go to metal, or you could use this pick material, and then here we have aluminum. I'm just going to make it black, and you want to make sure that metallic is turned on, and then I'm gonna use the same thing to here and also here. So that's black right there. And then after this, we're going to select this wall right here. I'm gonna use wall covering. Maybe we have something here in Megascan. So we have this one, painted concrete, that we could download, and then we're gonna use this one for this. Okay, and then here we're gonna put this one as well to painted concrete, so everything is looking good. And then we're gonna use wood materials for this. I'm gonna use IP A and then scale it a bit. So that's perfect right there. You know what? I'm going to make this flooring as well the same thing to make it consistent. And then here I want a different one. Or we could just use this to make it easy for us. There we go. So you can see that looks good. I'm gonna use this pick material again so that we could add this one right here, the frame there, and then neon is what I'm gonna use, neon 01 for this one, but we need to glow it. So as of now, it's not visible, but later on it will be. if you check the details, I'm gonna change it to that one. And then click on ambience, and then camera. This is very important. You want to check parallelism, and then here in environment you want to turn on HDRI, and then backdrop. And then once it stop loading, we need to change the backdrop HDRI, depending if we want it to be dark or. So now here, let's wait for it to finish. So once it's done, as you can see, this is the look. We need to change this to outdoor and then choose what we want. We can even change this to night. For me, I'm just going to load all of this first. And then once it's done, let's change this background right here. And then the starting ground, we need to lower it a bit. Actually, not the starting ground, it's the HDRI. So here under here, we need to change the offset a little bit, as you can see. And then here we could drag this one and change the look. This one looks like this, so I'm just going to change it a bit. I'm just gonna use this one for now, Tiergarten. So now, actually, I'm gonna change it to Sunset Fairway. So I just need to go here, select this one right there. I just want to change it so that I like the background, so that it will set the mood already. Okay, so that's good right there. And then I'm going to change this to clear glass, actually, and then put this one to colored, change this, and then in terms of intensity, 30% here, and then like that, so that it will bounce off to whatever is at the background. And then if we go back right here, we could rotate, we could change the rotation. So I'm gonna use this one as my rotation. And then now if you notice, this one is being lit now, and then even the ones that we have right here. And then after this, we have the new 3D grass that we could select and add right here. So it added on all grass part, as you can see, and it looks much better. And then here we could add in water, so pool, and then we have all grass there. So it's a lot easier to add grass now, and as you can see, it looks nice and everything is in the correct area. You don't need to worry about adding it or populating it by using paths and those kind of stuff. So that's perfect now. And then another thing is this will be black. I just want the contrast of this one. We're gonna use wall covering. I want it to be matte paint, but we need to change it to black. Okay, and then after that, go right here to the roof. And then for the roof, we just need some we could use this and then scale it a bit. So that's perfect right there. And then now I'm planning on just changing this to a stone material. And then scaling it nicely like that. And then for this one, I'm gonna use this and then scale it a bit. So we have this one, all stone, or maybe we could change it to a different one, which is nicer. This one. I like this one as well. Okay. Actually, we could use this one as well to that. That looks nicer there. And then go to concrete. Ground, man-made. And then here we need to change the concrete right here and then scale it a bit. And then here, different one. And then now concrete road. Actually, we could put this one like the cobblestone. And then here we could put asphalt here and then scale it. There we go. And then we could add some vehicles here. Change the color. Maybe beige is good. No, let's change this one. Dark blue. And then I'm just going to rotate it a bit. There we go. So it's not that perfect. So once we have that, it's like that. Then we have this one right here. We need to know how it will look, so we could render this and see, but let's put it at low first and see how everything is. I think some of the lights are over too much, so let's put it back, and then we need to go to ambience and render. I want lumen as well, and then path tracer, of course, once we're doing this. So we can see that there's too much lights that coming there, so we need to know what it is. So there is some lighting fixtures that we need to so for some reason these are lights, and then the intensity, make it just 10. Okay, so we don't get that too much lights. Okay, so that's perfect right there. And then here we could add in some lights. For some reason I didn't like the way this one looks, so I'm gonna click here and add this part as well, so that everything looks white inside as well. It's not that part. So next time I need to fix that. In terms of here, we have some lights, chandeliers that we could add. $180 and then just add it right like that. This is just for show, so that once we have everything set up, there we go. So make sure that this is parked right here, and then that's looking good on that position. There we go. So it will be shown in our rendering. And then what I want to do as well is to add some buildings. Then we're gonna add those ones on the next video. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 20 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to start from Revit to Twinmotion. We were able to import this and then add all the materials that we want, and then the last thing we're about to do is add the house beside this one. I'm gonna use my user library and then add this house right here. So we just need to add it here. Maybe we could just rotate this 180. Actually 90. Let's add this one. Okay, so that's added right there. So at least we have something right here on the side, and then maybe we could add in a bit more here on the other side. And then we're just gonna lower this. It's not gonna be seen anyway, so that's fine. At least we have the background there. So we have those ones right there. And then now we're going to use the vegetation and then add some trees. So here I want to add maybe the bamboo tree. I'm gonna use this one for this. I'm gonna change this age, but I'm just going to add this one into this part right here. And then here we could add in some of this. And then on this part, we could add miscellaneous part right here. The size here needs to be shortened down, and then we could just add maybe 6 of this, and then the rest we just need to delete. Okay, so at least that one is good right there. And then we have this one right here. We just need to put it back, because I didn't notice that. I think that's perfect right there. At least the edge, and then at least it's seeing the stem, and that's perfect enough for me. And then maybe we're going to add a small tree in front, like here. Something that is not too much, but is good enough. Something like that, and then increase it a bit. think that's good enough right there. And then we could add big trees now on this side. But not too much that it will hide the other building. So I'm gonna use the ones that are in front. Maybe this one. Still visible there. That's perfect. And then of course we could add in bigger trees. Right here. And then we could mash up different trees at the back. There we go. And then here as well, let's add in some tree here, and then the surroundings. Go. And then here what we can do is go to ambient, environment, and we can make this one bigger. And then we could just add different ones right here. This is important so that we could have reflections. So very important to have reflections, especially on, so let's change the speed on our glass there. So now we just need to have this one selected and then hide them because it's showing. And then I would like to test how this one will look. So that's looking good right there. So now we're going to add the lights. So go to lights and then pot light, spotlight like that. Of course, this is not yet the finish because we need to change the temperature and then the intensity to just 5 because that's too much. And because we already know that we need 3 and then 1 meter each, so it's easy for us to add more. And then here we need to add 3 more. Number is 3. And then here we could add more for the top. This is 1 and then 3. and then we need to add this one. So actually cancel that. I just need one of them, not all of them, to add it at the back. And then add it as well here. One, that's fine. Add them together. Drop it here. We have the lights there as well. And then add here. Then let's add this one, 1 meter, and then 1 meter here. And then add here, same thing. Then add 3 of them every 1 meter, and then select one of them. Let's add it at the top. Then 2 of them. So that's perfect right there. We don't need to worry about that. Here in material, we could use this and then scale it a bit. Okay, perfect. And then ground here, man-made. We could use this, scale it a bit, and then go back to materials. We have tiles here, and then scale it a bit, and then here translucent, and then intensity, waves, flow, and then the color. So that looks good now. I'm happy with that. So now let's save this first, and then the next thing that we're gonna do is to create our image. So we need to set this one to image, and also we need to add in some decals. So let's do this. So right here, go to objects, decals, and this one looks too perfect. So by just adding some stains, right, and then the opacity, so you could just add more. At least the imperfection is there, and it will give that realness there. Anything that will show some stains there. Okay, and then we could just do this right here and put in some stains there. And then here as well. And then you can rotate it a bit. It's subtle, but once we're in rendering, that will look much better. So now if we check this one, the stains will be there. The imperfections are there as well. I think that's good enough. Okay. So now what we can do is we go to media, and then now we go to images, and we need to create that image. So for now, do this. So maybe the center. Camera, focal length. We need to set the focal length. To around 30. It's good. And then let's set this part right here. And then click refresh, and then here you can click here. And but before that, let's check this one. Okay, that looks perfect there. Make sure this is high. The rendering is high. This one is good as well. So this one, and then we need to center this one as well to make it look nice, and then refresh it. And then probably one more. I'm gonna use this one, but this will have a different focal length. So probably this one right here. Refresh it, but focal length is like this. Around 50 is good. And then let's fix this one. Okay. And then for this, what we can do is to change the environment. So for example, the weather, or the season. There we go. I think that's perfect enough. And then maybe another one for winter time. So we have this. Okay, so now let's do video now. So quit media, and then here we could go from here for the front. Click your first video here. I'm going to refresh here, zooming in. Around 6 seconds, and then here from this height, add this keyframe, okay, and then after that, going above to down, that's 6 seconds, going forward 4 seconds, going here from left to right, let's do 7 seconds. Zooming out 4 seconds. let's do up, down to up. 5 seconds or 6 seconds. And then now leaving, zooming out, 6 seconds, and then zooming out right here. I think that's good enough. Duplicate this, rename, so we could show reel, and then the other one is shorts. And then for this, we change the width 700, and then this one is 1000. And then we could just review this part right here. To there. I think that's good enough. And then the only thing you need to do is export it, save it first, so that you don't lose anything if it crashed. And then select it here, select all, make sure number 5 is, or number 4 is in Path Tracer. And then here, select all, and then this one, like that. Make sure it's in high as well. All of them are high. And then save it again, and then you just need to export right here. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below.